Chapter 2261. Geniuses remember love in 1 second go. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Mo Luosha left, but he left a message. What? Stone Axe King was shocked for a long time after hearing the news left by Mara Shah. Help! What's Sky Axe Mountain? Fang Chen asked, confused. After a long while, Stone Axe King calmed down, but he still couldn't suppress his excitement. Sky Axe Mountain is near the northern ice plains. It's a mountain transformed from the axe of an ancient master. Stone Axe King said, there has always been a legend in Devil City that the Heavenly Axe Mountain has the inheritance left behind by that peerless expert, as well as the Battle Axe Heart. The Heart of Battle Axe? Fang Chen continued asking. The Heart of Battle Axe is the weapon spirit of that master's weapon. The huge axe gang was founded to get the Heart of Battle Axe. Stone Axe King sighed. Unfortunately, no matter how we searched Sky Axe Mountain over the years, we couldn't find any useful clues. Since Mo Luosha said so, the Heart of Battle Axe is very likely to appear. If they could get the Heart of Battle Axe and refine it into their battle axe, they could create another peerless weapon. This was the dream of all axe-type weapon owners. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, Fang Chen said. Let's go. Death Chi surrounded Sky Eye Palace. Sky Eye Palace Lord had suffered heavy losses in the previous battle. He wouldn't be able to recover his previous cultivation without 100 years of rest. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to make any progress, unless he could get a heaven-defying spiritual medicine. Damn it! Sky Eye Palace Lord was furious. He wanted nothing more than to tear Fang Chen and Mo Luosha into pieces. However, he didn't have the strength or the courage to do so. His third eye was his greatest reliance, and it was also the source of his innate ability. But now, it had been destroyed by Mo Luosha. Everything had turned into bubbles. I can't accept this. Sky Eye Palace Lord roared, his voice echoing in the palace. Creak. The palace door opened, and a black figure strolled in. You dare to come? Seeing the black shadow, Heavenly Eye Palace Lord was angered out of nowhere. He was suppressed by the Marosha, yet the black shadow had managed to escape. This caused him to be extremely furious. The opponent is a Mara killer. Are you sending me to my death? The black figure shrugged. But I'm your ally. Is this how you treat your ally? Facing Palace Lord Celestial Eyes questioning, the black shadow's face did not have the slightest fluctuation of expression as he said, the appearance of Mara Kill is indeed what I did not expect. You've seen it for yourself. He's only been in the Demon City for a short period of time, but is already hooked up with the Mara Shah. If we give him more time to grow, even without the Mara Shah, we won't be able to deal with him. At that time, he will destroy the Celestial Eye Palace with his own hands. Celestial Eye Palace Master snorted coldly and did not say anything. I'm definitely not trying to scare you. If you don't believe me, then just wait for your death. The black figure shrugged. Mara Kill is protecting Fang Chen. How are we going to attack him? Celestial Eye Palace Master glanced at the black figure resentfully. Mara Kill can't always be by his side. Moreover, I just received news that the Stone Axe King and Fang Chen have left the huge axe gang's territory and seem to be heading in the direction of the northern icefield, the black figure said thoughtfully. The Heavenly Axe Mountain? Celestial Eye Palace Master blurted out. The black figure nodded and said, yes, the Heavenly Axe Mountain. Love Go Little say, Key think Mara Kill must have told the Stone Axe King some secrets. Otherwise, the Stone Axe King would not be so impulsive. Speaking of this, the black figure chuckled and said, this is an opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. Celestial Eye Palace Master was silent. His third eye was destroyed, so he could not use his gifted superpowers and his strength was greatly reduced. Even if he were to fight Fang Chen head-on, he might not be able to defeat him, let alone kill him. Moreover, Mara Kill's terrifying smile was still echoing in his mind. If Mara Kill found out, not to mention himself, the Celestial Eye Palace and the people related to him would be in trouble. He could not take the risk. Mara Kill is not with them. With his vision, he naturally doesn't care about the things on the Heavenly Axe Mountain. That's why I said this is an opportunity. The black figure continued, Although your third eye is destroyed, I can give you power. After escaping from the tomb of the heavenly spring master, Chen Fan had been cultivating in seclusion. Catcher. In a dense forest, Chen Fan's hands tore a wolf apart, causing blood to spurt out. Then, he gobbled up the wolf's body in big bites. In the blink of an eye, he had finished eating. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chen Fan's eyes were filled with coldness. Boy, you have absorbed enough power during this time, and your cultivation has reached the peak of the Unity Realm. With my help, you will have no problem dealing with late-stage heaven-opening realm martial artists, the evil voice said. If I wasn't in the Demon City, I could help you break through to the heaven-opening realm now. The evil voice said again, at that time, you can sweep through all the young martial artists in the Void Star Heaven. Facing the evil voice, Chen Fan sneered, his face full of disdain. Boy, what's with your attitude? You don't believe me? Mate, you keep saying how powerful you are and how much power you can provide me, but in the end, didn't you run away with your tail between your legs after being beaten up? Chen Fan said coldly. Boy, what's one failure to you? Isn't it just a guy who absorbed a natural divine pattern of order? His life will be taken by me sooner or later, the evil voice said. Moreover, halfway through, it stopped abruptly. Amen. Chen Fan was somewhat puzzled and tried to communicate with the evil voice. The fish has taken the bait. Suddenly, the evil voice said. Immediately, a mental map appeared in Chen Fan's mind. He could see everything within 100 li at a glance. The black figure and Celestial Eye Palace Lord appeared in his eyes. Celestial Eye Palace Lord? Who's the other person? Chen Fan said faintly. Do you see it? Celestial Eye Palace Lord's aura is weak, and is seriously injured. This is a good opportunity. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. If you can absorb Celestial Eye Palace Lord's power, your martial Dao comprehension level will step into the heaven-opening realm soon, the evil voice said. But the other person's aura is very strong, Chen Fan said. Don't care about him, go straight over. Although Chen Fan sometimes felt that this will in his body was a little unreliable. But at this time, he still couldn't resist the temptation and followed the evil voice, approaching Celestial Eye Palace Lord. Where are you taking me? Celestial Eye Palace Lord asked impatiently. We'll be there soon, the black figure said. There's someone ahead. Celestial Eye Palace Lord saw Chen Fan walking towards him. The black figure was about to make a move when his body suddenly trembled. He looked at Chen Fan in disbelief, his eyes filled with a complicated look. Then, he turned his head and glanced at Celestial Eye Palace Lord. You're Celestial Eye Palace Lord? Chen Fan asked. Celestial Eye Palace Lord nodded, then said, Who are you? The person who's going to kill you. Just as Chen Fan's voice fell, a terrifying evil aura spread out instantly, drowning Celestial Eye Palace Lord. At the same time, the black figure behind Celestial Eye Palace Lord slapped the latter's body fiercely. You, Celestial Eye Palace Lord was furious, but it was too late. Hiss. In the blink of an eye, the energy in his body was sucked dry. Greetings, Guardian Elder. Celestial Eye Palace Lord couldn't resist Chen Fan's absorption at all and died directly. At this moment, the black figure said to Chen Fan with cupped fists. I didn't expect to meet someone from Tian Qing's tribe here, the evil voice said. Guardian Elder, it's great that you're alive. I think the leader will be very happy, the black figure said joyfully. I can only stay in this kid's body as a remnant consciousness for the time being and can't leave, the evil voice said. By the way, where are you going with Celestial Eye Palace Lord? Celestial Eye Palace Lord's third eye was dug out by Mo Luosho, who ranked 10th on the Demon God leaderboard. His cultivation has dropped greatly. I'm going to bring him to the depths of this forest to find a priest in the tribe and summon an ancient god soul to help him recover his strength, the black figure said. Oh, the priest of our Tian Qing's tribe is here too? Hearing that, the evil voice said with interest. Chapter 2262. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Skyax Mountain was near the northern ice plains. Standing at the peak of Skyax Mountain, one could see the scenery of the northern ice plains. The current northern ice plains were covered in a vast expanse of white, covered in ice and snow. It was even colder than the first time Fang Chen had come here. Fang Chen and Stone Axe King arrived at the peak of Sky Axe Mountain as they wished. Moreover, according to the information provided by Mara Shaw, Stone Axe King had found clues about the Battle Axe Heart. He was ecstatic. Soon, the two of them began to search for the Battle Axe Heart. At the same time, in the territory of Sky Eye Palace, all the warriors of Sky Eye Palace were gathered together. The palace master ordered us to go to Sky Axe Mountain to stop Fang Chen before he left, a sky-opening realm warrior said. He probably has the divine spring bead. It's extremely important to our Sky Eye Palace. So, let's go now. The mighty Celestial Eye Palace martial artists approached Sky Axe Mountain. A few days later, many disciples of Sky Eye Palace arrived at the foot of Sky Axe Mountain. Are we not going up? One of the warriors asked in a low voice. The leader shook his head. Stone Axe King was on Sky Axe Mountain. With their strength, they couldn't do anything to him. Form the formation, the leader said in a low voice. The warriors of Sky Eye Palace moved quickly as if they had practiced this countless times. They formed a complicated formation and formed a natural barrier at the foot of Sky Axe Mountain. No one could pass through the barrier and walk down Sky Axe Mountain. What do we do now? Wait for the palace master. They all knew that the Sky Eye Palace master had died long ago. In the depths of the dense forest. Greetings, Lord Priest. The black figure brought Chen Fan to a secret stronghold of Tianqing's remnant tribe. How did it go? The white-robed priest asked. We were about to succeed, but Mara Shaw suddenly appeared and caused the plan to fail, the black figure said. Oh, Mara Shaw? The white-robed priest was slightly surprised. However, his eyes fell on Chen Fan. Who is he? Why did you bring him here? The white-robed priest said unhappily. Old Bai, you don't even recognize me? The evil voice entered the white-robed priest's ears. Hearing this, the white-robed priest's body trembled. His eyes widened as he stared at Chen Fan. You are the guardian elder? That's right, it's me. I'm going to use this body to kill Fang Chen, but I need your help. As soon as the evil voice finished speaking, the white-robed priest understood. Don't worry, leave it to me. The white-robed priest said, however, the Red Fiend cult master isn't here. I'm afraid we won't be able to summon the strongest soul. It doesn't matter. As long as we can kill Fang Chen, nothing else matters. All right. The white-robed priest nodded heavily. Heavenly Axe Mountain. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, the Azure Sky Pavilion and Demon Sword Tower also sent martial artists to inquire about the situation. But in the end, he returned without any success. How is it? Fang Chen asked from the summit. I can sense the aura of the Battle Axe Heart. An excited smile appeared on Stone Axe King's face as he continued his search. After another half a month, Stone Axe King finally found the Battle Axe Heart. Without any hesitation, he merged the Battle Axe Heart into his battle axe. Instantly, the battle axe underwent an earth-shattering change. In a few breaths' time, the Battle Axe Heart had jumped several levels. So powerful. When the Battle Axe Heart had completely merged with the Battle Axe Heart, Stone Axe King was very excited. How is it? Fang Chen asked. Ha ha ha, as expected of the Battle Axe Heart. I can feel that the Battle Axe Heart's power has increased by many times. However, this is just the beginning. When I go back, I'll ask a blacksmith to help me refine it. It won't be long before my Battle Axe Heart reaches the sky-surmounting level, Stone Axe King said with a smile. In terms of weapon grades, above the sky-surmounting level was the sky-opening level, and above that was the sky-surmounting level. Sky-surmounting level weapons were beyond the reach of ordinary earth-surmounting level martial artists. Even saint-level martial artists could not easily obtain them. Let's go back first. Stone Axe King put away his Battle Axe Heart and led Fang Chen down the mountain. Seeing the natural barrier, Stone Axe King frowned and took out his Battle Axe Heart. Let me do it. Whoosh. Fang Chen quickly waved his hand, and a Ray Dao aura spread out. With a crack, The natural barrier set up by the celestial eye palace broke. Whoosh! The hidden star sword appeared, and the fifth move of the traceless sword art was performed. Fang Chen took a big stride forward and charged into the crowd, unleashing a massacre. Bastards of the celestial eye palace! Stone Axe King was furious. He held his battle axe and killed one person with each blow. After a while, blood flowed like a river under the heavenly axe mountain. All the martial artists of the celestial eye palace were killed. At this point, the celestial eye palace was history of the demon city. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he killed the martial artists of the celestial eye palace, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. He looked up and saw that it was the Azure Pavilion Master and the Demonic Sword Tower Master. Damn it, why are they here? The two of them were ranked much higher than Stone Axe King on the Demon God list. Especially the Demonic Sword Tower Master, who was ranked 42nd. Stone Axe King was no match for him. Stone Axe King, I heard that you obtained the Battle Axe Heart? Take it out and let us take a look, the Azure Pavilion Master said with a smile. Yes, the Battle Axe Heart is a treasure. I also want to see if it is as miraculous as the legends say, the Demonic Sword Tower Master said. Although the two of them greeted each other with smiles, their words were full of threats. I have already used the Battle Axe Heart, Stone Axe King said. Oh! Hearing that, the two of them looked greedily at the battle axe in Stone Axe King's hand. In that case, Stone Axe King, can you let us take a look at your battle axe? The Demonic Sword Tower Master asked aggressively. Stone Axe King was furious. Demonic Sword Tower Master, you have gone too far. Wang. The two of them released their powerful auras and pressured Stone Axe King. Seeing that, Fang Chen pulled Stone Axe King's sleeve and whispered, they are too strong. Don't fight them head-on. Come with me. Then, while Stone Axe King was still confused, Fang Chen used the space-time collapse skill. Whoosh! The two of them instantly rushed into the northern ice field. Humph! Do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide in the northern ice field? The Demonic Sword Tower Master sneered. The Battle Axe Heart had been integrated into Stone Axe King's battle axe. This was good news for him. His goal was to take Stone Axe King's battle axe. Although he was not good with battle axes, it was his dream to have a heaven-surmounting weapon. After them. The two of them turned into flowing lights and rushed into the northern ice field. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the northern ice field, Fang Chen flew with Stone Axe King. The Yin Tomb Spring is ahead. We are dead, Stone Axe King said. If you trust me, follow me, Fang Chen said. Stone Axe King's expression changed, but he eventually fell silent. Soon, Fang Chen and Stone Axe King arrived in front of the Yin Tomb Spring. Just then, the Azure Pavilion Master and Demonic Sword Tower Master arrived. Stone Axe King, aren't you too stingy? I just want to borrow your battle axe for a look, the Demonic Sword Tower Master said with a smile. That's right. Your battle axe is inferior to my weapon. I will despise it even if you give it to me, the Azure Pavilion Master said. Despicable. Usually, the huge axe gang had some dealings with these two factions. He did not expect them to bare their fangs in the face of benefits. Don't even think about it. I will never give you my battle axe, Stone Axe King said in a low voice. That's not up to you. The two experts' auras were strong, forcing Stone Axe King. To think that the Master of the Azure Pavilion and the Master of the Demonic Sword Tower would resort to such despicable means. You've truly broadened my horizons, Fang Chen suddenly said. Boy, you have no right to speak here, the Demonic Sword Tower Master said coldly. Hooah! Fang Chen grabbed the sleeves of Stone Axe King and leaped above the Yin Tomb Spring. He looked down at the two experts and said with disdain, the battle axe is here. If you have the ability, come and take it. How is that possible? How can he resist the corrosion of the Yin Tomb Spring? A Unity Realm warrior is standing above the Yin Tomb Spring without suffering any injuries? Impossible. The two experts shook their heads. They did not believe it. He must have a secret treasure on him that can resist the corrosion of the Yin Tomb Spring. Right, it must be so. A secret treasure that can resist the corrosion of the Yin Tomb Spring is definitely something good. The two looked greedily at Fang Chen. Chapter 2263. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? We'll provide you with interesting novels to read. Originally, the Azure Pavilion Master and Demonic Sword Pavilion Master's target was Stone Axe King's battle axe. Now, they had changed their minds. Not only did they want Stone Axe King's battle axe, they also wanted Fang Chen's secret treasure. There was no need to mention Stone Axe King's weapon. After fusing with the battle axe heart, it would only be a matter of time before it broke through to the Heaven Ascension grade. As for Fang Chen's secret treasure, it was a supreme treasure that could resist the corrosion of the Yin Tomb Spring. They had to get it. Once we get this secret treasure, we can enter the Yin Tomb Spring to search for opportunities. The two of them looked at each other with excitement on their faces. Following that, their aura fluctuated. They took a step forward and floated in the sky, facing off against Fang Chen. Brat, hurry up and hand over your secret treasure. The Azure Pavilion Master said coldly. Do you think you can resist our attacks with the help of your secret treasure? The Demonic Sword Pavilion Master sneered. At this moment, Fang Chen was standing in the void. Below him was the legendary Yin Tomb Spring. The spring water was surging within the Yin Tomb Spring. An extremely cold aura surged out. I'm right here. Come and get it if you can. Fang Chen said coldly. You're courting death. The Azure Pavilion Master took a step forward and rushed in front of Fang Chen. At this moment, a dense azure aura surged out from his body. This aura formed a powerful defense that resisted the corrosion of the Yin Tomb Spring. A mere Unity Realm warrior isn't worthy for Demonic Sword Pavilion Master to act. Let me take care of him. The Azure Pavilion Master said. Hearing that, a trace of displeasure flashed across the eyes of the Demonic Sword Pavilion Master. The Azure Pavilion Master was clearly aiming for Fang Chen's secret treasure. Indeed, in front of benefits, the so-called alliance wasn't worth mentioning. Die! The Azure Pavilion Master made his move. He unleashed a fierce and overbearing attack on Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen secretly mobilized the power of the Yin Tomb Spring. He then executed the fifth move of the Traceless Sword technique. Xiu. The battle was extremely intense. However, it wasn't as the Azure Sky Pavilion Master had expected. Damn it. The intense battle went on for a long time before the Sky Green Pavilion Master's face turned completely gloomy. With a furious roar, a sky green aura rapidly gathered in his palm. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a terrifying sphere. His cold gaze locked onto Fang Chen as he hurled it out. Rise. Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless. He opened his palm and waved it upwards. Dong. A deafening sound rang out. The calm surface of the Yin Tomb Spring suddenly boiled. Countless streams of spring water spun rapidly like the 8 trigrams. A whirlpool appeared in the middle and a huge water pillar flew out of the whirlpool and hit the Azure Sky Pavilion Master hard. With a bang, the Azure Pavilion Master's body was sent flying. As expected, I'm already in an undefeatable position when fighting above the Yin Tomb Spring. Fang Chen thought to himself. The Azure Pavilion Master was only an earth-splitting realm martial artist. He couldn't resist the strong corrosion of the Yin Tomb Spring. Even an absolute Saint Realm expert wouldn't dare to be careless when facing the Yin Tomb Spring. How can this be? The Sky Green Pavilion Master stood up with difficulty. His eyes were burning with passion. He can actually borrow the power of the Yin Tomb Spring? Thinking of this, the Azure Pavilion Master's head heated up. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to get the supreme treasure on Lin Fan at all costs. Let's work together. At this moment, the Demonic Sword Tower Master couldn't sit still anymore and shouted. All right. The two experts worked together to attack Fang Chen. In the air above the Yin Tomb Spring, Fang Chen was fighting against two alone. He used the space-time collapse technique to dodge continuously. At the same time, he used the Yin Tomb Spring to obstruct the two. This can't go on forever. He thought as he dodged. I have to think of a way to lure them into the Yin Tomb Spring. Fang Chen thought to himself. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Fang Chen's mind. Bang! At this moment, the Demonic Sword Tower Master's attack came. Fang Chen secretly used the 10,000 sword body to block the Demonic Sword Tower Master's sword chi attack. However, just as the 10,000 sword body dissolved the demonic sword tower master's sword chi attack, Fang Chen pretended to be injured and fell down. Poochie. His face was pale and his aura was chaotic as he fell into the yin tomb spring. Hiss. 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 His clothes showed signs of tearing as he struggled in the yin tomb spring. Should we go down? The demonic sword tower master and the azure pavilion master exchanged glances. This kid has a secret treasure. Although he fell into the yin tomb spring, he won't die in a short time. The azure pavilion master said in a low voice, "This is a great opportunity. If we make a mistake, it'll be gone. I think it's worth the risk. Alright, let's charge into the yin tomb spring as fast as we can and kill this kid. Then, we'll retreat quickly." The demonic sword tower master nodded. Both of them were Pioneer Realm experts. If they dived into the yin tomb spring's surface for a moment, they would be able to resist. After making the decision, they raised their defenses to the highest level. Then, with a tap of their feet, they quickly arrived at the yin tomb spring's surface. Seeing that Fang Chen was still struggling, the two of them unleashed a thunderous attack. Ph, good timing. Fang Chen was secretly delighted when he saw the situation. When the two experts touched the yin tomb spring, Fang Chen's mind moved and the entire yin tomb spring suddenly surged wildly. Wave after wave of violent waves drowned the bodies of the two powerhouses. Splash! The two experts were swept into the yin tomb spring and they screamed with all their might. Go down! The yin tomb spring was Fang Chen's world. The azure pavilion master and the demonic sword tower master couldn't resist at all. No, their bodies were swept to the bottom of the yin tomb spring by the violent yin tomb spring. The deeper they went, the stronger the corrosive power. After a few breaths, their yuan spirits were frozen and their bodies were completely stiff. Dong. Next, their heads fell into the depths of the yin tomb spring, leaving their lives here forever. You want to fight me? Seeing this, Fang Chen went to the bottom of the yin tomb spring with a thought. He took the two spatial rings and returned to the air above the yin tomb spring. In the void, Stone Axe King's eyes widened as he looked at Fang Chen. His heart was surging with waves of shock. He couldn't imagine that a Unity Realm warrior could enter and leave the yin tomb spring as he wished. You really have a secret treasure? Can it resist the corrosion of the yin tomb spring? Stone Axe King asked. Fang Chen looked at Stone Axe King with a smile. What? Is the gang leader interested in it too? Stone Axe King hurriedly shook his head. Of course not, I'm just a bit shocked. Right, where are the Azure Pavilion Master and the Demonic Sword Tower Master? They entered the Yin Tomb Spring. The result was already decided, Fang Chen said indifferently. Hearing this, Stone Axe King's body stiffened. He looked at Fang Chen woodenly. The 42nd on the Demon God list, the Demonic Sword Tower Master, and the 49th on the Azure Pavilion Master, died here just like that. And the cause of all this was this Unity Realm guy in front of him? After the shock, Stone Axe King felt gratified. Fortunately, Fang Chen chose to join the huge axe gang. Otherwise, he would have lost his battle axe. Thinking about it, he must have obtained some kind of opportunity when he came to the Yin Tomb Spring in search of the Spirit Spring Milk. Stone Axe King was curious about what Fang Chen's secret treasure was. But deep in his heart, he had already made a decision. From now on, no matter what, he couldn't go against Fang Chen. He had to be on good terms with him. Such a heaven-defying monster would be too terrifying once he matured. Although he succeeded with the help of the Yin Tomb Spring, with his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the Demon God list, Stone Axe King said. At this moment, outside the northern icy plains, Chen Fan, the Black Shadow, and the white-robed priest stood on the Skyaxe Mountain and looked around. There was a huge battle here. Fang Chen and that Stone Axe King seem to have left, the Black Shadow said. They entered the northern icy plains, Chen Fan said indifferently. Hearing this, the white-robed priest and the Black Shadow's eyes brightened. They were very clear that the Chen Fan in front of them was no longer the Chen Fan of the past. He was the once famous protector elder of their Tianqing remnant clan. Northern Icy Plains? I remember that the Yin Tomb Spring is in the northern Icy Plains. If you can get some Spirit Spring Milk, It will be very beneficial for you, Protector Elder, the white-robed priest said with a smile. Chapter 2264. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Even though he was at the Unity Realm, with Fang Chen's strength, dealing with a late-stage heaven-opening realm martial artist was not a problem. Coupled with the power of the Yin Tomb Spring, even earth-splitting realm martial artists would not be able to escape. The Demonic Sword Tower Master and the Azure Pavilion Master were examples. They coveted Fang Chen's secret treasure, but they did not know that there was no secret treasure at all. Fang Chen himself could control the Yin Tomb Spring. Someone's coming. Just as Stone Axe King was admiring Fang Chen's strength, the latter suddenly whispered. Stone Axe Monarch also turned around and saw Chen Fan and the other two. Fang Chen. Chen Fan said in a hoarse voice. There was a strange fluctuation in his eyes. Although Chen Fan's essence spirit had been completely taken over by the evil voice, Chen Fan's essence spirit had been completely occupied by the evil voice. However, the hatred hidden in the depths of his heart was still able to influence the evil voice. Therefore, when he saw Fang Chen, his killing intent surged. You are not Chen Fan. Fang Chen shook his head. If my guess is correct, you should be the evil force hidden in Chen Fan's body, right? Speaking of this, Fang Chen's gaze swept over the black shadow and the white-clothed priest. He shook his head and said, It's just that I didn't expect you to be a remnant of the Tianqing clan. Since you know, why don't you hand over your head? Chen Fan said coldly. Fang Chen, you dare to provoke our Tianqing clan. This will be your burial ground, the black shadow said. The eyes of the white-robed priest flickered as a terrifying aura was gathered in his palm. He would make his move as soon as the guardian elder gave the order. You're ridiculous. Fang Chen said, Tianqing's descendants tried to kill me more than once, but what happened in the end? Fang Chen shrugged. Indeed, ever since the trip to the divine inscription boundary, the Tianqing clan had tried to assassinate him many times. The final result was that he survived, while Tianqing's descendants died. So what? Chen Fan said, Nothing can change the fact that you're about to die. Fang Chen stared at the three without fear. Love Go Little Say W Chu he feared no one above the Yin Tomb Spring. I'm right here. Come and kill me if you can. Fang Chen couldn't be bothered to waste time with them. If they had the ability, then come fight at the Yin Tomb Spring. Elder Protector, let me deal with this guy. The black figure smiled sinisterly. He took a step forward and arrived above the Yin Tomb Spring. Black chi surged around him as he launched a fierce and domineering attack at Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen was already prepared. Huala. A terrifying illusion was instantly cast. Suddenly, the black figure fell into an illusion. You want to stop me with a mere illusion? The black shadow sneered and attacked the illusion with all his might. Crack. The illusion instantly shattered, and he walked out of it. Not good. Suddenly, he felt an extremely cold aura, and his body began to tremble. He looked around and his expression suddenly changed. He was surrounded by endless Yin Tomb Spring water. He did not know when he had entered the Yin Tomb Spring. It must have been in the illusion just now. A hint of anxiety appeared on the black figure's face. He struggled with all his might, wanting to leave. Do you think you can defeat the master of the Demon Sword Tower and the master of the Azure Pavilion? Fang Chen appeared behind the black figure like a ghost. Then, a deathly voice rang out. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. The black figure roared angrily and fell into a state of madness. However, Fang Chen directly controlled the Yin Tomb Spring. The surging water dragged the black figure to the bottom. A miserable scream came from the Yin Tomb Spring. In the blink of an eye, the black figure died. Chen Fan and the white-robed priest were stunned by this scene. Elder Protector, that kid seems to be able to borrow the power of the Yin Tomb Spring. What should we do? The white-robed priest said seriously. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. Your methods are indeed beyond my expectations, but it doesn't change anything, Chen Fan said. Do you think I'll be afraid of you just because you can borrow the power of the Yin Tomb Spring? Then, Chen Fan turned and glanced at the white-robed priest. The latter nodded heavily and then began to mutter some complicated words. Soon, the sky darkened. Beside the white-robed priest, miserable screams of ghosts could be heard. Oh no, he's summoning the ancient divine soul. King Stone Axe could no longer hold back and warned. Summoning the ancient divine soul? Fang Chen said softly. He's the white-robed priest of the Tianqing clan. He can summon the ancient divine souls of the Tianqing clan who died in battle. He's extremely dangerous, King Stone Axe said hurriedly. Seeing King Stone Axe's anxious face, Chen Fan sneered. It's too late to be afraid now. With Chen Fan's help, the white-robed priest succeeded in summoning the ancient divine soul in the blink of an eye. In the pitch-black sky, a huge face was faintly discernible. Boom! Terrifying power poured down. Chen Fan leaped and came to the white-robed priest's side. With the latter's help, he quickly absorbed the ancient divine soul descending from the sky. Use the ancient divine soul to kill the enemy. When the last wisp of the departed soul's aura entered his body, he uttered these words. The white-robed priest moved, leaving behind after-images that surrounded the Yin Tomb Spring. Chen Fan strolled toward the Yin Tomb Spring and approached Fang Chen. What right do you have to fight with me now? Chen Fan said coldly as he looked down at Fang Chen from above. Whoosh! Chen Fan flicked his finger and an incredible finger radiance shot out. So powerful. Fang Chen frowned and performed the traceless sword principle without hesitation. The Shura sword chi spread out and the chant ran quickly in his mind. Whoosh! The terrifying sword radiance collided with the finger radiance and exploded with a deafening sound. Chen Fan was too powerful at the moment. Fang Chen did not dare to leave the Yin Tomb Spring. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand Chen Fan's attack. Trash! Chen Fan said indifferently. Then he dove down and stepped on the surface of the Yin Tomb Spring. Suddenly, the raging Yin Tomb Spring surged toward him. Go down! Fang Chen controlled the towering waves and swept Chen Fan's body away. Splash! After Chen Fan entered the Yin Tomb Spring, he used a powerful attack to break through the restraints of the waves. Not good. Fang Chen cursed inwardly. Without thinking, he dove into the Yin Tomb Spring. The Traceless Sword Principle. Supplemented by the Shura Sword Principle, the fifth move of the Traceless Sword Principle was fully displayed in the Yin Tomb Spring. Poochie. The star-hidden sword unexpectedly touched Chen Fan's body, leaving a scar on his body. Damn it! Chen Fan roared in anger. A terrifying Soul Dao aura spread out and locked onto Fang Chen's primordial spirit. He had just absorbed the power of the ancient divine soul. His Soul Dao aura had reached the peak. Die, die, die. Seeing his Soul Dao power wrap around Fang Chen, Chen Fan muttered to himself. He was very confident in his Soul Dao power. Once it wrapped around him, a mere Unity Realm cultivator would not be able to resist. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was bound by the power of the Soul Dao, had the 6 golden figures in his mind perform the innate soul reversal technique. Attack! The innate soul reversal technique was used to the extreme. It formed a terrifying defense that kept attacking the external power. Crack! The first golden man's defense was broken, and Fang Chen's body staggered. Then, the second golden man's defense was broken as well. Fang Chen was very anxious now. In his mind, the innate soul reversal technique's chant ran over and over again. When the fifth golden man's defense was completely broken, the sixth and final golden man was exposed to Chen Fan's attack. At this moment, Fang Chen was in imminent danger. If the final golden man was damaged, his primordial spirit would most likely dissipate. No, Fang Chen roared madly. He pushed his Soul Dao power to the extreme. At the same time, he used the Yin Tomb Spring's extreme cold to attack Chen Fan's attack. Rumble. An earth-shattering change was happening in his mind. Crack. A crack appeared on the sixth golden man's defense. Fang Chen spat out blood, his face pale. His body kept retreating, pulling away from Chen Fan. It's useless. Chen Fan sneered when he saw this. At the same time, he increased his Soul Dao power attack, wanting to kill Fang Chen in one fell swoop. Crack. After holding on for a while, the sixth golden man's defense shattered. The The terrifying Soul Dao aura invaded the Golden Man's body. Fang Chen's eyes showed a trace of despair. However, at this moment, the sixth Golden Man was about to shatter. All of a sudden, Fang Chen's mind buzzed loudly. The innate soul reversal technique ran more smoothly. Chapter 2265. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Destruction and Establishment. After the first 5 Golden Men were destroyed, Fang Chen's primordial spirit was on the verge of collapse. At this critical moment of life and death, he comprehended a higher level of Soul Dao. With this enlightenment, his primordial spirit rose to a higher level. Crash. The last broken little Golden Man was quickly repaired. At the same time, the aura of Fang Chen's primordial spirit was gradually rising. In the blink of an eye, it reached the peak. In just a breath's time, the other 5 Golden Men were completely condensed. At this time, Fang Chen's primordial spirit aura had risen to the peak. Then, his mind trembled, and the 7th Golden Man began to take shape. 7th Realm. Fang Chen was secretly delighted. He clenched his fists and his eyes were full of passion. In a flash, the 7th Golden Man was condensed. Fang Chen felt that his Soul Dao power was unprecedentedly strong. Innate Soul Reversal Technique. With some enlightenment in his mind, Fang Chen's mind moved, and the innate soul reversal technique was perfectly displayed. This is the 3rd level. Fang Chen cried out in surprise. He didn't expect that he would succeed in cultivating the 3rd level of the innate soul reversal technique. This made him very excited. Buzz. He quickly displayed the 3rd level of the innate soul reversal technique. Then, a heart-palpitating Soul Dao aura burst out from Fang Chen's head. Poochie. A crisp sound could be heard as Chen Fan's attack was shattered into pieces. How is this possible? Chen Fan exclaimed. He couldn't believe that Fang Chen's primordial spirit had undergone a tremendous transformation in such a short time. I don't believe it. Chen Fan roared and continued to display powerful Soul Dao power to attack Fang Chen's primordial spirit. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face showed a hint of disdain. Then, with a thought, the powerful 3rd level of the innate soul reversal technique was displayed. Chen Fan's Soul Dao attack had nowhere to hide. Crack. After shattering Chen Fan's Soul Dao attack, Fang Chen finally had the time to focus on fighting Chen Fan. What other tricks do you have now? With a sneer, Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of Chen Fan. The surrounding spring water of the Yin Mausoleum surged wildly, binding Chen Fan's body and pulling him down. Coupled with the 5th move of Fang Chen's traceless swordsmanship, Chen Fan was at his wit's end. Damn it! Chen Fan roared furiously and struggled with all his might. However, he soon realized that everything he was doing was in vain. Die! The divine spring surged. Fang Chen perfectly used the power of the Yin Tomb spring to pull Chen Fan's body to the bottom of the spring. An extremely cold aura instantly invaded Chen Fan's mind. The latter's primordial spirit was being frozen. He roared madly. Ah! Above the Yin Tomb spring, the white-clothed priest's expression changed greatly when he heard this. Not good, the guardian elder is in trouble. The white-clothed priest's expression darkened. However, he did not go to the guardian elder's aid as Stone Axe Monarch had guessed. Instead, he fled from the northern ice plains. His miserable cries gradually weakened. The raging Yin Tomb spring water also gradually calmed down. Hua-la! Fang Chen rushed out of the spring, droplets of water dripping from his body. However, his face was full of smiles. He's dead? Stone Axe Monarch asked. Fang Chen nodded. Although Chen Fan was very strong, they still managed to kill him after a series of setbacks. The white-clothed priest has escaped. This is troublesome, Stone Axe Monarch said worriedly. Are you afraid that the remnants of Tian Qing's clan will attack? Fang Chen asked. Stone Axe Monarch shook his head. The remnants of Tian Qing's clan are secondary. What I'm most worried about is that they will spread the news and cause a commotion in Demon City. You should know that a Unity Realm warrior can control the Yin Tomb Spring and kill a Peak Realm expansion expert. This news will definitely cause a commotion in Demon City. Even those absolute saints might be attracted here, Stone Axe Monarch said solemnly. Amen. Fang Chen frowned. He seemed to have forgotten this point. However, his expression soon returned to normal. I'll use the Yin Tomb Spring as my foundation. As long as I don't leave here, even absolute saints won't be able to do anything to me, Fang Chen said confidently. At worst, he could hide at the bottom of the Yin Tomb Spring and cultivate until his strength increased. But Stone Axe Monarch's face was filled with worry. The strength of absolute saints is unimaginable. Fang Chen shook his head. As long as it wasn't someone like Mo Luosha, he didn't care. Leader, you should go back first. I'll cultivate in the Yin Tomb Spring. Even if someone comes, they won't be able to find me, Fang Chen said. The white priest fled back to the secret base of the Tianqing remnant race. When the Red Devil religious leader heard the news, he was furious. He immediately wanted to head to the Yin Tomb Spring to kill Fang Chen. However, the white-robed priest's words changed his mind. You're saying that we should spread this news and let all the warriors in Demon City know? The Red Devil religious leader's eyes flashed. That's right. Religious leader, think about it. A Unity Realm warrior can control the Yin Tomb Spring. This news will definitely cause a huge commotion in Demon City. Furthermore, he might have the God Spring Pearl on him. Who can resist such temptation? The white priest said sinisterly. Let the humans fight each other first. Fang Chen has the innate advantage of the Yin Tomb Spring. Any warrior below the Absolute Saint realm who dares to enter the Yin Tomb Spring to deal with him will die without a grave. Even a Saint realm martial artist would be injured as well. When both sides are injured, it'll be time for us to act, the white priest said. After hearing the analysis of the white priest, the Red Devil religious leader nodded. You're right. Let them fight each other first. The people of the Tianqing remnant race secretly spread the news. Very soon, this news spread across the entire Demon City. At first, everyone did not believe it. A Unity Realm warrior would die if he went near the Yin Tomb Spring, much less controlling it. However, when they learned that all the warriors of the Heaven's Eye Palace had died, they gradually started to believe it. Have you heard? A Unity Realm person called Fang Chen can control the Yin Tomb Spring. With the power of the Yin Tomb Spring, even shattering Earth Realm warriors can't resist it. That's right. I've also heard that the Azure Pavilion Master and Devil Sword Pavilion Master died in his hands. What? The Devil Sword Pavilion Master is ranked 42nd on the Demon God list. Even he died. At the same time, there were warriors all over Demon City discussing. Many warriors of the Azure Pavilion and Devil Sword Pavilion were furious, but they did not dare to take revenge. What kind of joke was this? Even the Pavilion Master and Pavilion Master were dead. What could they do? For a moment, the warriors ranked at the top of the Demon God list felt a trace of greed in their hearts. On a certain towering tree, a golden-armored man sat cross-legged. A Unity Realm warrior can control the Yin Tomb Spring? The golden-armored man muttered to himself. Although he did not believe it, it was the truth. It seems that he has a huge secret. If I can control the Yin Tomb Spring, I can at least enter the top 20 on the Demon God list, the golden-armored man said. If anyone else was here, they would definitely be shocked. Because the golden-armored man was the golden-armored battle devil, ranked 21st on the Demon God list. The golden-armored battle devil was an early-stage absolute saint. If he was in the outside world, he would definitely be a strong warrior. But in Demon City, he was only ranked 21st. It was too difficult to enter the top 20. I want to see who this Fang Chen is. After saying that, the golden-armored battle devil's figure flashed and disappeared into the horizon. A few days later, in front of the Yin Tomb Spring in the northern ice plains, the golden-armored battle devil's figure suddenly appeared in the chilly wind. His feet stepped on the northern ice plains. Catcher! Cracks appeared on the ice as if it was about to melt. No one. He scanned the Yin Tomb Spring with his spiritual consciousness, but he did not find any aura. Then, his spiritual consciousness entered the Yin Tomb Spring and dived deeper. As expected of the Yin Tomb Spring. What a domineering aura. Soon, he felt that his spiritual consciousness could no longer dive deeper. Otherwise, it would be frozen. Hua la. When his spiritual consciousness returned, the golden-armored battle devil's face was covered in a layer of frost. Clearly, the Yin Tomb Spring was a great threat to him. Chapter 2266. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Northern Ice Plains, at the bottom of the Yin Tomb Spring. After Stonax monarch left, Fang Chen simply went into seclusion to cultivate. The Yin Tomb Spring was very deep. Even absolute saints couldn't extend their spiritual senses here, so there was no need to worry about being disturbed. During this period of time in the Demon City, although his strength had increased by quite a bit, it was still limited. Even absolute saints couldn't do anything to Fang Chen, but this was all because of the Yin Tomb Spring. Without the help of the Yin Tomb Spring, an earth-splitting realm expert would be able to suppress Fang Chen. However, overall, Fang Chen's strength was not bad. At the very least, he could easily resist against a heaven-opening realm martial artist with his Unity Realm cultivation. It was extremely difficult to fight across a large realm. Those who could do it were all extremely talented people. The long period of cultivation was dry and tasteless. Fang Chen spent every day cultivating the demonic dragon body refinement technique and comprehending the Azura Sword Dao. More and more experts of the demon god list gathered before the Yin Tomb Spring. No matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find any trace of Fang Chen. Fang Chen escaped. If he can control the Yin Tomb Spring, it is very likely that he is hiding at the bottom of the Yin Tomb Spring. The martial artists who came here were basically all absolute saints. Those who had surpassed the absolute saint realm didn't bother to come here. If he keeps hiding here, we can't keep waiting, right? Someone said. The golden-armored battle demon clenched his fists, his face dark. He had an impulse to charge into the Yin Tomb Spring and kill Fang Chen, but reason told him this was not feasible. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Many experts on the demon god list left impatiently. However, there were still some who refused to give up. They did not believe that Fang Chen could last forever at the bottom of the Yin Tomb Spring. However, it turned out that they were too naive. 3 months later, the golden-armored battle devil was still waiting. He wanted to enter the top 20 of the demon god ranking too much. This was an excellent opportunity that he did not want to miss. Love Go Little Say W Chu, however, after waiting over and over again, there was still no sign of Fang Chen. After a long time, even the gold-armored battle demon began to get impatient. Damned bastard, if you come out, I'll definitely grind your bones to dust. The golden-armored battle demon said coldly. In the eyes of these experts, the weak were not worth mentioning. They could kill them as they wished. Half a year later, the golden-armored battle demon could no longer wait. During this period of time, he had sent his soul into the Yin Tomb Spring several times in an attempt to find Fang Chen's tracks. However, there was only one result in the end. He had ended up in a very sorry state. Fang Chen, I'll remember you. Before the golden-armored battle demon left, his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. His hatred for Fang Chen had reached its peak. In a certain forbidden area of the Devil City, Mo Luosha casually tore apart a demonic beast. After that, he grinned and said, "This junior brother of mine is really extraordinary. His comprehension of the sword principle is very high. If he can fully comprehend the demon-killing sword principle, it won't be difficult for him to reach my level." When Mo Luosha first heard about Fang Chen's deeds, he was shocked for a long time. He did not dare to imagine that Fang Chen could control the Yin Tomb Spring. However, after a while, he finally understood. Fang Chen was thrown into the Yin Tomb Spring by Mugu. He must have had some fortuitous encounters since he survived. Perhaps it was these encounters that gave him the means to control the Yin Tomb Spring. Even the Saint Realm martial artists on the demon god list are helpless against him. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Mo Luosha laughed heartily. Even when he was a Saint Realm martial artist, he could not do this. Only the super experts in the top 11 of the demon god list could do that. In the Divine She Palace in the Milky Way universe. Buzz. A terrifying space-time aura surrounded the entire Divine She Palace. However, ordinary martial artists could not sense it at all. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from the depths of the divine Shi palace. At the same time, all the martial artists in the god world prostrated themselves on the ground. Their bodies trembled as fear filled their hearts. They were panicking. What had happened in the god world? I forgot to restrain my aura. In the depths of the divine Shi palace, Fang Chen curled his lips helplessly. When he created the 7th level of the spacetime collapse art, he was so excited that he released a powerful aura. It made the entire god world feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Master, quickly come to the divine Shi palace. Fang Chen said telepathically. Soon, the bone progenitor arrived at the divine Shi palace. I have created the 7th level of the spacetime collapse art. Fang Chen said directly. What? The bone progenitor was excited. He knew better than anyone else what it meant to create the 7th level of the spacetime collapse art. The two of them had been stuck at the 6th level for a long time. The 7th level directly raised the spacetime collapse art to another level. Creating the 7th level meant that the next few levels could be easily created. Whoosh! Fang Chen flicked his finger, and a mark drilled into the bone progenitor's forehead. Suddenly, the bone progenitor's body was filled with a strong spacetime aura. Strike while the iron is hot. The two of them sat cross-legged and began to create the next few levels of the spacetime collapse art. In just 3 days, the two of them created the 11th level of the spacetime collapse art. 11th level. The bone progenitor could not help but laugh excitedly. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, his pitch-black eyes suddenly looked at the azure sky. Hey! I seem to have encountered some difficulties. At the bottom of the Yin Tomb Spring. After this period of meditation, Fang Chen's understanding of the Azura sword principle had reached a whole new level. Now, he was worried about the 6th move of the traceless sword principle. The 6th move should be combined with the spacetime collapse art to form a move that is both offensive and defensive. Fang Chen's mind was filled with countless fantasies. But he had yet to determine the final direction of the traceless sword principle. Should I attack or be both offensive and defensive? Fang Chen was hesitant. There were a total of 3 directions for the development of the traceless sword principle. The first was offensive, the second was both offensive and defensive, and the third was defensive. Without even thinking, Fang Chen negated the direction of his defense. The level 4 myriad sword body had a sufficiently strong defense. Furthermore, the myriad sword domain was getting stronger day by day. Few cosmos gods could injure his fleshy body. If I choose to be both offensive and defensive, I can advance or retreat. If the other party is too strong, the traceless sword principle can form a circular defense. Combined with the myriad sword body and myriad sword domain, I can unleash an unimaginable effect. Fang Chen pondered, but if that's the case, my offensive power will be greatly reduced. After pondering for a long time, he could not make a decision. What Fang Chen did not expect was that when he was not paying attention, a sentence from the past suddenly flashed in his mind. The destruction of Swordmaster had the power to destroy the world. All of a sudden, a huge sound reverberated in his mind. The blood in his body started boiling. The sword chi around his body became abnormally sharp. His eyes shot out a frightening sword chi. Time has nearly worn down my sharpness. With a grin, Fang Chen made his decision. A sword cultivator should have a sharp aura. Be both offensive and defensive? There was no need for that. In front of absolute offensive power, all defenses were useless. If my defense is insufficient, I'll make up for it with my offense. A sword cultivator should have a courageous heart. Drawing my sword, I swear to see blood. After thinking through this point, a sharp light appeared on Fang Chen's body once again. In his mind, the traceless sword principle began circulating. Condense. He pinched his fingers to form a seal, which quickly formed a strange sword light in the sky. With a thought, he controlled this sword light to dance in the sky. The trajectory of the sword light was completely according to Fang Chen's thoughts. This is the 6th move of the traceless sword principle. Fang Chen was very excited. This was the perfect traceless sword principle. His previous troubles had vanished into thin air. Boom! When the sword light in the sky stopped dancing, it suddenly dissipated. Fang Chen's aura instantly withdrew. The sixth move of the traceless sword principle had been completed. The power of the sixth move has increased by more than 10 times. Just the power of the attack alone can threaten a martial artist at the peak of the heaven-opening realm. With the help of the Yin Tomb Spring, I won't be afraid of even a Saint Realm martial artist. Fang Chen was full of confidence. Calculating the time, he had been in seclusion for almost a year. It's time to go out. Fang Chen leaped out from the bottom of the Yin Tomb Spring. He stood above the Yin Tomb Spring and looked down at the ground. His eyes were burning with passion. At the same time, somewhere in the demon city, the gold-armored battle demon was cultivating. Suddenly, he felt the mark he left on the Yin Tomb Spring vibrate. Chapter 2267. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I'll provide you with wonderful novels to read. The golden-armored battle demon was unwilling to give up. Before he left a mark. As soon as Fang Chen appeared, the mark would flash immediately. Love go little say W. Chu-He rushed to the northern icefield as fast as he could. In fact, at the golden-armored battle demon's level, he was only one step away from Marosha's level. Tearing the void and teleporting across long distances was a piece of cake. Fang Chen. As soon as he came out, he heard an angry voice. Who are you? Fang Chen looked at the golden-armored battle demon and sensed a strong murderous intent from him. Golden-armored battle demon. The golden-armored battle demon reported his name, thinking Fang Chen would be shocked. However, the latter only nodded. He didn't panic. Aren't you afraid of me? The golden-armored battle demon asked in a low voice. Why should I be afraid of you? Fang Chen sneered. You're just a warrior ranked 21st on the demon god list. You can't even get into the top 20. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The golden-armored battle demon wanted to kill him. There was no need to save face for such a person. As expected, Fang Chen's words completely enraged the golden-armored battle demon. He spread his hands, and a terrifying aura gathered in his palms. Is this your way of showing off? The golden-armored battle demon exuded a strong aura, suppressing Fang Chen. Give me the method to control the Yin Tomb Spring, and I'll spare your life. Fang Chen shook his head and sneered at the golden-armored battle demon. So what if he was a warrior ranked high on the demon god list? In the end, he still couldn't control his greed. Your greed will ruin your future, Fang Chen said calmly. He stood above the Yin Tomb Spring with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked like a grandmaster. The golden-armored battle devil was enraged by his words and exploded in anger. I want you to die. A Saint Realm warrior could detach the universe from his body and form a miniature universe. However, the gold-armored battle demon had never done so. The first reason was that he thought he wasn't strong enough. He'd wait until he reached the limit of the absolute Saint Realm before stripping away the universe. In this way, the miniature universe would be stronger, and the warriors born from it would have a higher level of comprehension than ordinary miniature universes. Secondly, he was in Demon City. If he wanted to separate his internal universe, he had to find a stable void. Obviously, Demon City wasn't suitable. Wang. With a thought, all the power in his internal universe was sucked dry. The next moment, he leaped into the air above the Yin Tomb Spring and attacked Fang Chen. I've said it before. Your greed will ruin your future. Upon seeing this, Fang Chen said faintly. When the golden-armored battle demon's attack was about to reach Fang Chen had used space-time collapse and disappeared in an instant. The golden-armored battle demon couldn't track him down at all. How is this possible? The golden-armored battle demon frowned. His primordial spirit was already very powerful in the same realm, but he still couldn't sense Fang Chen's aura. In the void, Fang Chen sneered inwardly. The space-time collapse had undergone a fundamental change when it reached the 11th level. He was confident that even Mo Luo might not be able to find him. This was his trump card. Of course, the 6th move of Traceless Sword Principle was also his trump card. Pucci. With a thought, the 6th move of Traceless Sword Principle was instantly performed. The space was cut open, and a terrifying sword chi swept over. In an instant, A thick beam of sword light appeared in the shattered void. This beam of sword light contained an attack 10 times more powerful than the fifth move. It was also a purely offensive move after Fang Chen had decided on the direction of his sword principle. This move was indomitable and surging with momentum. Love go little say W, chew your courting death. The golden-armored battle demon sneered. He clapped his hands and hit the sword light. Originally, he wanted to smash the sword light with his hands. However, when his palms touched the sword light, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Dong. The sharp sword chi penetrated his palms and went into his body. Oh no! The golden-armored battle demon screamed and kept retreating. Trying to escape. Fang Chen growled and performed the sixth move of Traceless Sword Principle again. At the same time, he used the power of the Yin Tomb Spring to bind the golden-armored battle demon. Rumble. The water in the Yin Tomb Spring surged, and an extremely cold aura poured into the golden-armored battle demon's body. Poochie. After a while, the golden-armored battle demon's weak point was exposed. Like a balloon leaking air, his body instantly withered. Ah! The golden-armored battle demon let out a miserable cry. He suddenly made up his mind and slapped his arm. His arm broke and blood gushed out. Enduring the pain, he threw away his arm that was bound by the Yin Tomb Spring. In the next moment, he leaped and fled the Yin Tomb Spring. I can't accept this. The golden-armored battle demon stood on the northern icy plain, his black eyes fixed on Fang Chen as he roared angrily. So what if you can't accept this? Fang Chen retorted. You coward. What's the point of using the Yin Tomb Spring to show off? If you dare leave the Yin Tomb Spring, I'll kill you in a matter of minutes. The golden-armored battle demon was driven mad. His heart was filled with anger. Fang Chen shook his head as he looked at the battered and exhausted golden-armored battle demon. It seems that you still don't know the difference between us. Fang Chen took a step forward and left the Yin Tomb Spring. Whoosh. He performed the sixth move of Traceless Sword Principle again. A powerful aura swept out, and an unimaginable sword light pierced toward the golden-armored battle demon at an imperceptible speed. The golden-armored battle demon had lost an arm, and his strength was greatly reduced. There was no way he could resist the sword light. Poochie. The sword light pierced through the other arm of the golden-armored battle demon. In just 1 minute, both arms of the golden-armored battle demon, ranked 21st on the demon god list, had been destroyed. This was something no one dared to imagine, and all of this was accomplished by a Unity Realm expert. Die! Fang Chen spat out a single word, and the hidden star sword stabbed out again. However, the golden-armored battle demon had risked injury to escape from the northern ice plains. Seeing this, Fang Chen leaped back to the Yin Tomb Spring. He didn't pursue because he could feel Fault's aura approaching. Hoo. As soon as the golden-armored battle demon left, a warrior came whistling from another direction. Fang Chen recognized this person. He was Black Sky God, ranked 25th on the demon god list. Who was the one who just escaped? Black Sky God sensed the remaining aura in the air. At the same time, he also sensed a withered aura leaving this place. The golden-armored battle demon, Fang Chen replied. Tempage, if it were the golden-armored battle demon, would you still be standing here? Black Sky God sneered and forced Fang Chen to hand over the method to control the Yin Tomb Spring. In the end, the two of them fought fiercely. Black Sky God wasn't as lucky as the golden-armored battle demon. He was dragged into the Yin Tomb Spring by Fang Chen, who used the power of the spring and the sixth move of the Traceless Sword Art to kill him. Demon City, Demon Steely. There was a huge square in the center of Demon City. There was a huge stone stele in the square, known as the Demon Stele. There were 100 names on the stele. They were all experts on the demon god list. There were many warriors in the square. Their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at the experts on the demon god list. If I can make it onto the demon god list one day, I can die without regrets. Do you think you can make it onto the demon god list just because you want to? Those who can make it onto the demon god list are all peerless geniuses with outstanding talent. Groups of 3 to 5 martial artists discussed in low voices. Suddenly, the name on the demon god list flashed. Many people didn't notice it, but a warrior in lazy clothes in a corner saw it. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking that he had seen wrongly. But after looking at it a few times, he was shocked. Heavens, Black Sky God's name disappeared? His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present was a muddy sky god. They heard it immediately. What? Black Sky God's name disappeared? Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on the 23rd name on the demon god list. They were shocked to discover that the 3 words Black Sky God on the 23rd place on the demon god list had already disappeared. It was replaced by Fang Chen. Hong. There was a huge commotion in the square. Everyone looked at Fang Chen's name, dumbfounded. They couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. Fang Chen, is he the Unity Realm expert who can control the Yin Tomb Spring? He killed Black Sky God. How is that possible? The demon god list is never wrong. Since his name appeared, Black Sky God must have been killed by him. Chapter 2268. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The top 30 of the demon god list had not changed for a long time. The change this time caused a great commotion. One must know that the demon god list was the most authoritative ranking in the entire demon city. For Black Sky God to be ranked 23rd on the demon god list, it was enough to show how powerful he was. However, he was killed by an unknown Fang Chen. This was enough to cause a huge commotion. Who is this Fang Chen? Why haven't I heard of it before? I seem to have heard of this name before. Ah, that's right, I met him before in the tomb of Heavenly Spring Master. He is a Unity Realm expert. Isn't this guy the lucky guy who has the divine spring bead? Many people were discussing Fang Chen. Their gazes fell on the 23rd place on the demon god list with mixed feelings. In the end, many people came to the conclusion that Fang Chen was able to kill He Tianshun because of the Yin Tomb Spring. With his strength, it was impossible for him to defeat Heavenly Black God, let alone kill him. The demon god list contained a sliver of demon Venerable Heavenly Sage's remnant consciousness. With a single thought, it could envelop the entire demon city. The aura of the experts on the demon god list had already fused tightly with the demon god list. As long as their aura died, their names would disappear from the demon god list. On the contrary, the person who killed them would appear on the demon god list. Therefore, when the demon god list changed, everyone knew that Black Sky God was indeed dead. This news was like a bomb that quickly spread throughout the entire demon city. Many warriors were shocked when they heard it. However, the golden-armored battle demon, who was hiding in a secluded area, was the most terrified. Damned fellow, why is he so powerful here? The golden-armored battle devil's face was ferocious and cold. His arms were chopped off, and his strength was greatly reduced. He changed his appearance and went into hiding, not daring to come out. Who would have thought that the golden-armored battle demon, ranked 21st on the demon god list, would end up like this? Love go little say Wk, although I can't kill you right now, I won't let you have an easy time. A cold, murderous glint flashed across the golden-armored battle demon's eyes. It seemed like it already had a strategy to deal with Fang Chen. Demon City. Soon, a piece of news spread throughout the entire Devil City. The news said that Fang Chen not only possessed a treasure like the Divine Spring Pearl, but also a treasure that could control the Yin Tomb Spring. After hearing this, many people's eyes were filled with greed. They all wanted to take advantage of Fang Chen. However, even more people realized that Fang Chen was invincible in the Yin Tomb Spring. They were too weak. If they went, they would be courting death. Without the strength of the Black Sky God, going there would only be suicide. Some warriors curled their lips and said, in any case, Dark Sky God was dead, and he was killed by Fang Chen. They had no choice but to admit it. Therefore, although the ancient martial art practitioners on the demon god list were eager to take action, they did not dare to act on their own. HMPH, a mere Unity Realm martial art practitioner dares to stir up trouble in Demon City? Let me, Chu Langfeng, go and meet him. A domineering voice resounded in the Demon City. Even Chu Langfeng is tempted. After Chu Langfeng shows himself, Fang Chen will definitely die. I heard that Chu Langfeng cultivates a yin-cold divine art. He should be able to resist the corrosion of the Yin Tomb Spring. Following Chu Langfeng's words, many people came to the northern ice plains. They wanted to see Chu Langfeng in action. As time passed, more and more ancient martial art practitioners came to the northern ice plains. Of course, most of the ancient martial art practitioners were experts on the demon god list. As for the weaker ancient martial art practitioners, they could not even step into the northern ice plains. A few days later, many ancient martial art practitioners gathered in front of the Yin Tomb Spring. Their gazes were focused on the Yin Tomb Spring. Where's Fang Chen? He should be cultivating in the Yin Tomb Spring. As soon as this was said, many ancient martial art practitioners were filled with envy and jealousy. Fang Chen, get the hell out here. There was a sudden clap of thunder. Suddenly, a violent voice came from the distant horizon. Everyone was shocked. Chu Langfeng had finally come. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under everyone's gazes, a tall and straight figure appeared out of thin air from the distant horizon. The next moment, he stood above the Yin Tomb Spring. His voice contained extremely violent power, stirring up the wind and clouds in the Yin Tomb Spring. Chu Langfeng, 15th on the demon god list, had almost reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. He was only one step away from Marosha's level. He had been looking for an opportunity, so when he heard that Fang Chen had a secret treasure that could control the Yin Tomb Spring, he was tempted as well. Chu Langfeng's tall figure was filled with vast power. The air dissipated in all directions. His black eyes stared at the bottom of the Yin Tomb Spring. However, there was no movement from the Yin Tomb Spring for a long time after he spoke. Is Fang Chen afraid? That must be it. Who is Chu Langfeng? He's too strong. He Tianxian can't compare to him at all. If he hides in the Yin Tomb Spring, Chu Langfeng can't do anything to him. Can he hide in the Yin Tomb Spring like a coward for the rest of his life? Many ancient martial art practitioners discussed among themselves. Fang Chen. Chu Langfeng's voice echoed in the Yin Tomb Spring. He suddenly clapped his hand. Immediately, vast power blasted into the Yin Tomb Spring. The Yin Tomb Spring, which had just calmed down, was suddenly hit by the palm. At this moment, Fang Chen, who had been cultivating under the Yin Tomb Spring, suddenly opened his eyes. 15th on the demon god list, Chu Langfeng? Fang Chen muttered to himself. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, but his body did not move. With the power of the Yin Tomb Spring, it's not too difficult to deal with Chu Langfeng. However, at this point, Fang Chen paused slightly, then continued, those who want to kill me should be prepared to be killed. Above the Yin Tomb Spring, a trace of displeasure flashed through Chu Langfeng's pitch-black eyes. But at this moment, a very arrogant voice sounded. 15th on the demon god list, Chu Langfeng, you don't qualify for me to act. Hong. These words caused an uproar in the northern ice plains. Many ancient martial art practitioners widened their eyes, looking at the Yin Tomb Spring in disbelief. Was Fang Chen crazy? He dared to speak so arrogantly in front of Chu Langfeng? No matter how strong he was, could he be stronger than Chu Langfeng? Many people shook their heads, feeling dissatisfied with Fang Chen. A brat at the Unity Realm who had coincidentally obtained the treasure to control the Yin Tomb Spring was so arrogant. Everyone looked at Chu Langfeng. They wanted to see how he would respond. As expected, Chu Langfeng was angry. I originally thought that if you took the initiative to hand over the treasure, I, Chu Langfeng, could spare your life. But now, even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I won't let you go. Chu Langfeng said coldly, today, I will kill you. What will you use to kill me? Another voice came from the Yin Tomb Spring. Chu Langfeng was stunned. He clenched his fists, his expression extremely cold. Xiu. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Langfeng's figure flashed, disappearing into the Yin Tomb Spring. Look, Chu Langfeng entered the Yin Tomb Spring. Is he going to kill Fang Chen in the Yin Tomb Spring? Ha ha ha, it's exciting just thinking about it. As expected of my idol, Chu Langfeng. Chu Langfeng's actions caused a huge commotion. Voices of praise for Chu Langfeng unceasingly rang out from the northern ice field. At the same time, everyone was paying close attention to the Yin Tomb Spring. Hoo hoo hoo. Chu Langfeng quickly dived down from the Yin Tomb Spring. He wanted to forcefully take Fang Chen out of the Yin Tomb Spring and kill him. Why not? After looking around, Chu Langfeng was slightly surprised to find no trace of Fang Chen. Keep diving. As time went on, Chu Langfeng had already dived to a very deep place, but he still couldn't find Fang Chen. Now, his face was flushed. He couldn't dive any further. I can't keep diving. Otherwise, my nascent spirit will be frozen. Chu Langfeng was very unwilling, but he didn't dare to joke around with his life. After all, this was the Yin Tomb Spring. Up. Chu Langfeng stomped his foot and began to ascend. I said that you, Chu Langfeng, don't have the right to make me attack. Fang Chen's voice sounded in Chu Langfeng's ears. Instantly, Chu Langfeng's rising body staggered, and he almost fell. I, Chu Langfeng, swear that I will tear you to pieces. Splash. Chapter 2269. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Being humiliated by a Unity Realm expert was a humiliation that Chu Langfeng had never experienced before. His expression was gloomy as he looked down at the Yin Tomb Spring. Since you want to be a coward, I'll fulfill your wish. Although he could not dive to the bottom of the Yin Tomb Spring, Chu Langfeng had 100 ways to deal with Fang Chen. Hong. He clenched his fists tightly and released a large amount of qi from his body. It all gathered on his fists. Then, Chu Langfeng punched out fiercely on the surface of the Yin Tomb Spring. Hua la! The Yin Tomb Spring was magnificent, but there was no trace of Fang Chen. Let's wait until there are more people. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of golden light as he thought to himself at the bottom of the Yin Tomb Spring. The blue illusory figure left an imprint. This imprint contained a terrifying power that could be unleashed when combined with the Yin Tomb Spring. This was Fang Chen's trump card. He wanted to use this imprint to intimidate the experts on the demon god list. Chu Langfeng alone was far from enough. He wanted to attract more experts on the demon god list and teach them a lesson that they would never forget. In the following period, no matter what Chu Langfeng did, Fang Chen simply ignored him. As time passed, Chu Langfeng's anger reached its peak, but he could not do anything to Fang Chen. All he could do was constantly attack the Yin Tomb Spring to disturb Fang Chen and force him to appear. 7 days later, the 14th expert on the demon god list arrived. After understanding the situation, he reached an agreement with Chu Langfeng. The two worked together to force Fang Chen to appear, but they failed in the end. The Yin Tomb Spring was too strange. Their attacks could not penetrate to the bottom of the Yin Tomb Spring. Half a month later, the 12th expert on the demon god list arrived. They still could not force Fang Chen to appear. It was not until 3 months later that Mu Jiyu appeared that everyone saw a glimmer of hope. Brother Mu Jiyu. Chu Langfeng and the other two greeted him. Aside from the top 10 of the demon god list, Mugu was the only cultivator who had stepped into that realm. Even if Chu Langfeng and the other two joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Mu Jiyu. Previously, it was rumored that Mu Jiyu had been hunted down by Mo Luo. Later on, Mu Jiyu had disappeared without a trace. No one had expected him to appear above the Yin Tomb Spring. Has that brat been hiding in the Yin Tomb Spring all this time? Mu Jiyu asked coldly. That's right. We've been waiting here for 3 months, but he hasn't dared to come out, Chu Langfeng said. That damned bastard. Didn't he just get the treasure to control the Yin Tomb Spring? What's there to be proud of? How dare he provoke us? His courting death. As Mu Jiyu heard this, his eyes flashed and killing intent surged within his heart. Back then, in his eyes, Fang Chen was just an ant-like existence. He had casually thrown him into the Yin Tomb Spring. Who would have thought that it was his action that would lead to Fang Chen's success? This allowed him to obtain the coveted secret treasure that allowed him to control the Yin Tomb Spring. Of course, besides the secret treasure, Mu Jiyu had another important reason for coming here. It was revenge. Mo Luo had chased him all over the world to kill that madman. If he had not used his trump card at the last moment, he might have died at the madman's hands. He would take revenge on Fang Chen. Let me try, Mu Jiyu said in a low voice. Then, He took a step forward and stared at the yin tomb spring with his black eyes. Mu Jiyu waved his hand slightly. In the next moment, a black ripple appeared above the yin tomb spring. Go! Mu Jiyu softly spat out a word. Immediately, the calm yin tomb spring became turbulent. Waves of dark qi entered the yin tomb spring and went straight to the bottom. Fang Chen, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. When he felt the strange qi in the yin tomb spring, a disdainful smile appeared in his eyes. Finally can't hold back anymore? After learning that Mu Jiyu had appeared, Fang Chen was a little surprised. However, after his surprise, he was overjoyed. Mu Jiyu had almost killed him here. How could he not take revenge? In the sky above the yin tomb spring, a water column shot up into the sky. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen stepped on the water column and appeared in the sky above the yin tomb spring. "You've finally appeared." Mu Gu's face was calm as he said coldly, "Mu Jiyu." Fang Chen's voice sounded in everyone's ears. His eyes were filled with ice-cold killing intent, as if he wanted to dismember Mu Gu into 10,000 pieces. "Boy, you finally stopped being a coward," Chu Langfeng said disdainfully. "With brother Mu Jiyu here, you can't escape." "Oh, is that so? If I were you, I would obediently get out of here," Fang Chen said without even looking at Chu Langfeng. Chu Langfeng was furious. The qi around him surged. He reached out his hand and directly enveloped Fang Chen. The sixth move of the traceless sword technique. An incomparably powerful swordlight shot out from the hidden star sword in a strange manner and fiercely collided with Chu Langfeng's palm. Crack! As the swordlight shattered, Chu Langfeng quickly retracted his hand. "Hey!" Chu Langfeng was a little surprised. He did not expect this boy's sword principle to be so strong. However, his face soon calmed down. To him, although Fang Chen was strong, he was far from being his opponent. He had many ways to kill such a person. "Your strength is only SOSO. Chu Langfeng sneered. "You're also very stupid." Fang Chen's attitude was very tough. At this time, the other two powerhouses also hurled insults at Fang Chen. As for Mu Jiyu, he looked at Fang Chen indifferently with a disdainful look on his face. "You know why I'm here," Mu Jiyu said calmly. Fang Chen was silent as he stared at Mu Jiyu. "Mo Luo killed that madman because of you. That's why he chased after me. Do you think I need to take revenge?" Mu Jiyu continued to ask. "How ridiculous. You can't beat Mo Luosho, so you vent all your hatred on me? Is this the style of the 11th expert on the demon god list?" Fang Chen sneered. Mu Jiyu was not angry. In his opinion, he was talking to a dead man. There was no need to be angry. Your relationship with Mo Luosho and the supreme treasure that controls the yin tomb spring is enough for me to kill you, Mu Jiyu said. As he spoke, his figure flashed and turned into a series of afterimages. Crash! In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Fang Chen. Bang! Without any resistance, Fang Chen's body was sent flying by the punch. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was a little pale. As Fang Chen slowly stood up, the murderous intent in his pitch-black eyes deepened. Everything was still under his control. "In your eyes, I'm just an ant that you can kill at will," Fang Chen said solemnly. "But have you ever thought about whether you're prepared to be killed before you kill others?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, Chu Langfeng and the other two laughed loudly. "Are you an idiot? Or do you think your strength is comparable to brother Mu Jiyu? I think this brat's head has been broken by brother Mu Jiyu. Even if the three of us work together, we're not brother Mu Gu's opponent. I don't believe a mere Unity Realm expert." The few of them mocked and ridiculed Fang Chen. Even Mu Jiyu shook his head slightly. The current Fang Chen could not even arouse his interest. "You're weak," Mu Jiyu said indifferently. With a flick of his finger, a resplendent ray of light shot out. This blade light contained an unimaginable power. Seeing this, Fang Chen's body continuously retreated. At the same time, his eyes turned scarlet. He opened his palm and an imprint appeared. "Mugu, did you know that the moment you threw me into the yin tomb spring, I treated you as someone who must be killed?" Fang Chen roared angrily. I originally thought that it would take some time for me to get my revenge. But now, it seems that I don't have to wait any longer. The heavens have given me this opportunity. How can I, Fang Chen, miss it? Saying this, the aura on Fang Chen's body became even stronger. Today, anyone who has the intention to kill me will die. Fang Chen fell into madness. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He clenched his hand and immediately grasped the imprint. Berserk power crazily surged out from the imprint. The yin tomb spring below was thoroughly boiling. Shameless boasting. Mu Jiyu said. Brother Mu Jiyu, you don't have to deal with this kind of trash. I, Chu Langfeng, am willing to serve you. Chu Langfeng said. Chapter 2270. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Since Chu Langfeng wanted to make a move, Mugu naturally had no objections. After all, no one here was stronger than him. Even if Fang Chen was killed by Chu Langfeng, the ultimate treasure would still be his. Kid, I'll show you the strength of an expert on the demon god list. Chu Langfeng let out a low growl as an extremely violent energy surged out from his body. All of a sudden, a long spear appeared in his hand. On the tip of the spear, there was a dot of light. Voila! With a flick of his wrist, the long spear pierced into the sky. The sound of thunder resounded incessantly. It was as if the entire sky was about to be pierced through. At this moment, Chu Langfeng's aura was too strong. On the northern ice plains, countless warriors widened their eyes as they watched this scene. There was no doubt about Chu Langfeng's strength. As soon as he made his move, he appeared in front of Fang Chen in an absolutely powerful manner. Kill! Chu Langfeng roared furiously as the spear in his hand tore through the void and appeared in front of Fang Chen. So strong. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. If he was outside, he wouldn't dare to challenge an expert like Chu Langfeng. However, this was the Yin Tomb Spring. As he watched Chu Langfeng's spear approach him, a strange smile appeared in Fang Chen's eyes. Seeing this, Chu Langfeng frowned as if he was thinking about something. However, he quickly shook his head. He didn't believe that Fang Chen could still play any tricks at this time. Whoosh! The tip of the long spear glowed brightly as it was about to pierce Fang Chen's body. Suddenly, a shocking aura came from Fang Chen's palm. When this aura spread out, the entire northern ice field fell into a gloomy state. The water from the Yin Tomb Spring soared into the sky and formed a giant light screen that instantly covered Mu Jiyu and the others. Love go little say W not good. Chu Langfeng felt his spear being blocked by an invisible barrier. He cursed in his heart and wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Crack! The giant wave wrapped around his long spear. The vast power hit the long spear. Immediately, the long spear couldn't withstand the power of the giant wave and was split in half. No! Chu Langfeng cried out involuntarily when he saw this. His long spear, a supreme heaven-opening grade long spear, was actually broken. Too strong. At this moment, not only Chu Langfeng, but the other 2 experts on the demon god list, were also full of fear. Only Mugu remained as calm as ever. Insignificant skill. Mu Jiyu lifted his palm and gently tapped it with his withered finger. Immediately, the monstrous waves collapsed. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Mugu's face. Mugu faintly said. A dazzling light burst out from the Yin Tomb Spring. This light was formed from all the power of the Yin Tomb Spring. It also contained a trace of the Blue Phantom's power. It was so powerful that even Mu Jiyu felt his heart palpitate. What's going on? Mu Jiyu, who had been wearing a disdainful expression, suddenly changed his expression. Dong! The northern ice plains shook. A violent power swept over everyone, instantly knocking them unconscious. Above the Yin Tomb Spring, everyone, including Mu Jiyu, was trapped here. Brother Mu Jiyu. Chu Langfeng's body was battered and exhausted as he desperately resisted the erosion of the Yin Tomb Spring. When he felt the dazzling light that made him uneasy, his body trembled and he quickly retreated behind Mu Jiyu. Love go little say W brother Mu Jiyu, what do we do? The others also asked anxiously. At this moment, Fang Chen was inside the Yin Tomb Spring, using his origin spirit as a medium to respond to the terrifying power of the Yin Tomb Spring. Yin Tomb ultimate kill. Fang Chen murmured softly. Immediately, the innate power of the divine order glyphs was released. The entire Yin Tomb Spring boiled. The light that had gathered all the power of the Yin Tomb Spring directly pierced Chu Longfeng's body. Splat! Chu Longfeng's eyes widened as he stared at his chest in disbelief. Bang! Chu Longfeng's body fell head first into the Yin Tomb Spring. Then, the light didn't stop at all. It pierced through the bodies of the other experts on the demon god ranking, killing them one after another. Finally, the dazzling light's aura grew stronger and reached Mu Jiyu. Too powerful. Mu Jiyu no longer had his previous awe-inspiring presence. His face was gloomy, and his heart was filled with a sense of helplessness. How can it be so strong? He hadn't felt so helpless even when being chased by Mo Luosha. The light's power far exceeded his true strength. He couldn't block it at all. He kept retreating, trying to avoid the light's attack, but he was trapped by the Yin Tomb Spring. Mu Jiyu. Fang Chen's voice sounded in Mu Gu's ears. I said that you must die today. Fang Chen took a step forward and followed the dazzling light to Mu Gu's side. Break. Mu Jiyu had already unleashed all his power, but he seemed so small in front of the dazzling light. His powerful attacks were broken through one after another, and he couldn't retreat any further. His face darkened as he looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression in his dark eyes. You dare kill me? Mu Jiyu asked. Why wouldn't I? Fang Chen sneered. He waved his hand and the dazzling light, carrying the power of the heavenly Tao, stabbed into Mu Gu's chest. Crash! Mu Gu's head exploded as his Yuan spirit tried to flee. Die! How could Fang Chen not know the principle of releasing a tiger back into the mountains? If he let go of such a treacherous person like Mu Jiyu, there was no telling when he would stab him in the future. After making up his mind, Fang Chen continued controlling the imprint left behind by the blue illusory figure. He combined it with the Yin Tomb Spring and began a frenzied slaughter of Mu Gu's Yuan spirit. Pu Kai. Finally, Mu Gu's Yuan spirit could no longer dodge and exploded. I'm not willing. A miserable and furious voice came from the explosion. An expert of a generation, Mu Jiyu, ranked 11th on the demon god list, had fallen. Perhaps even he didn't know that he would die in the hands of a Unity Realm warrior. Furthermore, the reason why this warrior could have such achievements was because of him. The heavenly Tao Samsara, the cycle of karma. Perhaps this was the principle. Who? After Mu Jiyu died, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. He sat down on the rolling Yin Tomb Spring. His face was pale, and his aura was weak. The power of the imprint was too strong, and his body could not bear it. Just as the imprint dissipated, the entire demon city became incomparably oppressive. Dark clouds covered the sky above the demon city, and the aura was very oppressive. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the void in confusion. Could this phenomenon be caused by the imprint? Suddenly, a shocking clap of thunder resounded through the entire demon city. Demon god list Fang Chen has violated the rules of the demon city. He is expelled from the demon city and will never be allowed to enter again. This voice spread through the entire demon city, and immediately shocked all the warriors in the demon city. Huala! Fang Chen was in a daze when a ray of light suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped him. He could not resist at all. He was swept away by the light and disappeared from the northern ice plains. Hoo-hoo! Following that, the sky became clear again. The northern ice plains calmed down, and the Yin Tomb Spring also gradually returned to its original state. Those warriors who had fainted also gradually woke up. They looked around and were very puzzled as to whether or not Mu Gu and the others had killed Fang Chen. However, the news from the outside world shocked them. What? Chu Langfeng, Mu Jiyu, and the others were all killed by Fang Chen? He used the Yin Tomb Spring to kill experts on the demon god list. He violated the rules and was expelled from the demon city. Could the legend be true? Using external forces to kill experts on the demon god list will be punished by the rules of heaven and earth in the demon city. In an instant, the entire demon city became extremely noisy. For hundreds of millions of years, People did not believe in this legend. However, today, Fang Chen had verified the truth of the legend. He used the Yin Tomb Spring to kill Mu Jiyu and the others, which angered the rules of heaven and earth and expelled him from the demon city. Of course, some people said that this was the rule left behind by the demon Venerable Sky Saint, and no one in the demon city could violate it. No matter what, from today onwards, Fang Chen's name would resound throughout the demon city. Fang Chen has been expelled from the demon city. Mo Luosha, who had heard the news, was so shocked that his jaw dropped. After asking around, he was even more impressed with this junior brother of his. Chapter 2271. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen's expulsion from Demon City had caused a huge commotion. Demon City was in chaos, especially those martial artists who had interacted with Fang Chen. They were all shocked when they heard the news. Boss has been expelled from Demon City. Little Mouse and the others widened their eyes and looked at each other in disbelief. Damn it, someone must have framed Boss. What should we do? Demon City is temporarily closed and we can't leave. In that case, let's do something big and give Boss a surprise the next time we meet him. Okay, it's settled. The top 10 experts on the demon god list were usually elusive. However, they had gathered at the Yin Tomb Spring this time. Each of them had a majestic aura that was very oppressive. A look of surprise appeared in their eyes. Perhaps even Fang Chen did not know that his actions had caused a huge commotion in Demon City. At this moment, he had appeared in the black northern desert. Strong winds blew and dust flew. This was the main theme of the black northern desert. At a glance, it was a barren desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was not a single green plant to be seen and it gave off a hot and dry feeling. Black northern desert? Fang Chen licked his dry lips and said helplessly. He vaguely remembered that there was a loud voice in his mind, saying that he had violated the rules of Demon City and was expelled from Demon City, never to enter again. Who is in control of the Demon City? The rules of heaven and earth. Fang Chen muttered to himself. When the rules of heaven and earth descended, he could not resist at all. He could not even do the most basic actions. At that moment, his body seemed to be frozen in the air above the Yin Tomb Spring. Use the Yin Tomb Spring to kill the martial artists on the demon god list. Fang Chen pondered the loud voice carefully and finally understood. He had violated the rules and it should be this sentence. But no one told me that I can't use external forces to kill the martial artists on the demon god list in Demon City. Fang Chen felt that he had been wronged, and his heart was filled with helplessness. The Demon City was widely recognized as a holy land for cultivation in Void Star Sky. In such a short time, his strength had already reached such a level. If he could continue cultivating, in less than 10 years, Fang Chen was confident he could break through to the heaven-opening realm. But now, all his efforts were in vain. I wonder how Little Mouse and the others are doing. The Demon City had been closed, and no one knew when it would open again. During this time, no one could come out. Fang Chen was still worried about Little Mouse and the others. However, there was no point in worrying. He could only pray that they would be able to grow quickly. If that was the case, with their innate divine abilities, they would be able to protect themselves if they worked together. I hope all of you are safe, Fang Chen said to himself. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen forcefully shook his head. He restrained his emotions and gradually calmed down. He did not become dispirited and depressed because he was expelled from the Demon City. Even if I'm not in the Demon City, I can still break through to the heaven-opening realm. This was the confidence that belonged to him, the confidence of being unparalleled. If he did not even have this bit of confidence in the path of martial Tao, what meaning would there be? The one obstructing his path would always be himself. After thinking through this point, Fang Chen revealed a smile on his face. He raised his head and found Fang Chen before flying out of the black northern desert. In the dark. Amen. There is someone. Suddenly, a black-robed warrior discovered Fang Chen and hurriedly said, "Who is it?" Another warrior looked over and said with a low voice, "Unity Realm? Unless it is a warrior from the Black Northern Heaven who entered the Black Northern Desert by mistake?" The previous black-robed warrior frowned. Ever since the demon city appeared, other than the higher-ups, no cosmos gods dared to enter the Black Northern Desert. And this fellow in front of him was only an ordinary Unity Realm warrior, yet he dared to walk alone in the Black Northern Desert. Interesting. Let's capture him and interrogate him. Hooah! The two black-robed warriors acted immediately. In an instant, they appeared in front of Fang Chen, blocking his path. Brat, who are you? One of the black-robed warriors asked with a deep voice. What are you doing alone in the Black Northern Desert? The other black-robed warrior asked. Tianqing clan? At the moment when the two black-robed warriors appeared, Fang Chen sensed the aura of the Tianqing clan. But he did not reveal it. The aura of these two were much stronger than his, and he could not act rashly. I am a warrior from the Black Northern Heaven. I am here to train. Fang Chen said calmly. At the same time, he used a special method to transmit to Jian Wuji. You are lying. The two black-robed warriors stared at Fang Chen and coldly said. Eastern Profound Heaven, Limitless Sword Sect. On the peak of Limitless Sword Mountain, on the sky-reaching stone pillar, Jian Wuji was currently conversing with Swordmaster. The two of them had smiles on their faces as if they were discussing something joyful. Swordmaster, the development of the outer sect you mentioned is not bad. Everything will be up to you. Jian Wuji slowly nodded. Sect Master, the Star River province is developing rapidly. In just a few years, it has become the leader of the 73 branches of the outer sect. Especially the Prefecture Master, Star, and Moon. Her potential is astonishing, and her cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. Not long ago, she stepped into the limits of the deity imprint realm. Swordmaster said, originally, she could have broken through to the Unity realm in one go, but I stopped her. Jian Wuji glanced at Swordmaster and lightly nodded. Your method is good. Although her potential is strong, her foundation is not stable. She can't rush to break through. This trip to the deity imprint world should be a great harvest. Jian Wuji said. That's right. Although it is impossible for a second Fang Chen to appear, I have a feeling that Star and Moon will have a great opportunity. Swordmaster became excited when he mentioned Star and Moon. Currently, Star and Moon was the golden signboard of their outer sect. Sect Master, just as Swordmaster was about to speak to Jian Wuji, the latter's expression suddenly changed. Sect Master, what happened? Swordmaster hurriedly asked. Jian Wuji jumped up and stood up. Terrifying killing intent instantly filled the air. Fang Chen has been surrounded and killed by the Tianqing remnant race in the Black Northern Desert. Jian Wuji's voice had just faded when his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. What? Isn't Fang Chen in the Devil City? Why would he appear in the Black Northern Desert? Could it be that the Devil City has opened? Swordmaster's mind was filled with doubts. But he knew that now wasn't the time to ask. Saving Fang Chen was more important. Damn the Tianqing remnant race. They are getting more and more overboard. Swordmaster's expression was ferocious. He followed closely behind Jian Wuji and entered the void. Hold on, I will be there soon. While traveling through the void, Jian Wuji transmitted a message to Fang Chen, asking him to delay for as much time as possible. Black Northern Desert. The two people from the Tianqing remnant race stared at Fang Chen. Their bodies emitted an extremely dense black aura as they looked down at the void. Kid, you're lying. Right after the skinny black-robed cultivator spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at Fang Chen. The 11th level of the space-time collapse technique. Crash. Fang Chen's figure flickered and disappeared into the void. Wherever he passed, the void collapsed, affecting the two people from the Tianqing remnant race. We can't let him escape. Both of them knew that once Fang Chen escaped from the Black Northern Desert, the higher-ups of the Black Northern Sky would know about it. At that time, they wouldn't be able to kill him. Thinking of this, the two of them split up. Whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the skinny black-robed martial artist appeared behind Fang Chen. He smiled sinisterly and launched an attack at Fang Chen. The sixth move of the Traceless Sword Art. At the critical moment, Fang Chen performed the Traceless Sword Art. The terrifying sword light temporarily blocked the attack of the skinny black-robed martial artist. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Chen had already escaped far away. Bang! Fang Chen, who was traveling through the void, suddenly felt a heavy blow on his body and flew out. The fat black-robed martial artist's figure slowly appeared where he was. How can you escape from two heaven-opening realm martial artists? Isn't that a joke? The two of them pincer attacked Fang Chen, one in front and one behind. I've already sent the news back to the Wuji sword sect. The sect master will be here soon. Fang Chen said in a deep voice, once the sect master arrives, the two of you will definitely die. Their faces changed drastically. They looked at each other and then used their thunderous means to end the battle quickly. Crash! In front of Fang Chen, the void collapsed and a terrifying vortex appeared. Whoosh! Chapter 2272. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Violent sword chi burst out from the vortex. The bodies of the Tianqing remnant who were close to Fang Chen were directly pierced into sieves. Poochie. Without any resistance, the fat black-robed martial artist died instantly. The skinny black-robed martial artist was also frightened by this sharp sword chi. His body trembled and he couldn't help but retreat, wanting to escape. Die! A figure stepped out from the vortex. He flicked his finger and lightly tapped the skinny black-robed martial artist's body. Immediately, the skinny black-robed martial artist's body exploded. The entire process was completed in almost a second. Fang Chen didn't even have time to react. Whoosh! The corpses of the two Tianqing descendants fell into the desert. The sharp aura in the air gradually dissipated. Jian Wuji turned to look at Fang Chen, his face full of doubt. Aren't you in the demon city? Why are you in the black northern desert? Jian Wuji asked. If he hadn't come in time, Fang Chen wouldn't have been able to resist the attacks of these two heaven-opening descendants. With Fang Chen's current strength, dealing with a late-stage heaven-opening martial artist was nothing difficult. However, these two Tianqing descendants were clearly at the peak of the heaven-opening realm. The combined attack of the two was almost equivalent to an early-stage earth-opening martial artist. However, to Jian Wuji, it wasn't worth mentioning. Fang Chen was about to speak when Jian Wuji frowned slightly. He immediately grabbed Fang Chen and disappeared from the black northern desert. Not long after Jian Wuji disappeared, several auras appeared in the sky above the black northern desert. They communicated with their divine senses for a long time and confirmed that Jian Wuji's aura remained in the air. Jian Wuji came here and then left. Those two corpses should belong to Tianqing's descendants. I think Jian Wuji must have come to kill Tianqing's descendants. The Tianqing descendants are getting more and more overboard. Wuji Sword Sect. Jian Wuji and Fang Chen sat on a stone bench in a garden while Sword Master rushed over, panting. It was not easy for him to rush to the Black North Desert, only to find that the sect master had already returned to the Limitless Sword Sect. He hurriedly turned back. Speak, what's going on? Jian Wuji was also very curious. What was going on? The demon city had not been opened yet. Fang Chen's face was extremely awkward. After pondering for a long time, he said in a low voice, I was expelled from the demon city. What? Jian Wuji and the sword master exclaimed at the same time. Who expelled you from the devil city? After a brief moment of surprise, Jian Wuji asked. The demon city's heaven and earth laws, Fang Chen said helplessly. How is this possible? Jian Wuji's eyes widened as he stared at Fang Chen. He had cultivated for countless years and had never heard of the demon city's heaven and earth laws expelling a martial artist from the demon city. What did you do to anger the heavens? The swordmaster was even more curious. What did Fang Chen do to be expelled? One had to know that Fang Chen was the first martial artist to be expelled from the demon city in hundreds of millions of years. How could he not be curious? I used the Yin Tomb Spring to kill the martial artists on the demon god ranking. Fang Chen told Jian Wuji about how he killed the Azure Sky Pavilion Master and the demonic Swordhouse Master at the Yin Tomb Spring, as well as his battle with Chu Langfeng, Mu Jiyu, and the others. After Jian Wuji heard it, his face was filled with a complicated expression. After a long time, he gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. You really know how to cause trouble. You were expelled by the demon city's heaven and earth laws. Jian Wuji sighed. You even killed Mu Jiyu. No wonder the demon city's heaven and earth laws expelled you. The sword master spread his hands. Over the years, there had been martial artists who had walked out of the demon city. They had more or less obtained some information about the demon city from them. Although they did not know much, they still knew about the demon god ranking. In their memories, Mu Jiyu was an expert ranked 10th on the demon god ranking. His cultivation was similar to Jian Wuji's. But because of the demon city's heaven and earth laws, he was suppressed to the unity realm. Nevertheless, his strength was the strongest in the entire demon city. The number of martial artists who could defeat him could be counted with 2 hands. Mu Jiyu is ranked 11th. Fang Chen corrected. Oh, who squeezed him out of the top 10? The sword master asked with interest. Mo Luo Sho. He took the final step. Fang Chen said. Hearing that, the sword master felt relieved. Mo Luo Sho was a madman. The demon-killing sword Dao he cultivated was something that countless sword cultivators yearned for. He took the final step, and his combat power would definitely soar. Defeating Mu Jiyu would not be difficult. Jian Wuji looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. He knew about the Yin Tomb Spring. But how could a Unity Realm martial artist rely on the Yin Tomb Spring to kill Mu Jiyu? He could not understand. Forget it. Existence is the reason. Jian Wuji shook his head slightly. He no longer thought about it. Since Fang Chen was able to infuriate the rules of the world and was expelled, killing Mu Jiyu did not seem to be too surprising. You brat. Jian Wuji did not know whether to laugh or cry at Fang Chen. He did not have the fate to cultivate in such a good holy ground. But thinking about it carefully, being expelled from the demon city was not a bad thing. With your potential in the Tao of Sword, even if you no longer cultivate in the demon city, you can still shake the world. Jian Wuji calmed himself down and slowly said. No matter what, Fang Chen was the most outstanding disciple of the Limitless Sword sect in the past trillion years. The Limitless Sword sect would use all their resources to nurture him. After chatting with Jian Wuji for an entire night, the haze of being expelled from the demon city dissipated. Jian Wuji asked about Han Yuan's situation before leaving. Sword Master asked Fang Chen about many things in the demon city. Finally, he recorded all the information in the book. The more comprehensive the information of the demon city was, the more likely it would be for the disciples to take the initiative. This was extremely beneficial for the long-term development of the Limitless Sword sect. Because of Fang Chen's early elimination, Jian Wuji's series of plans were completely disrupted. However, he did not blame Fang Chen for this. On the contrary, Jian Wuji was very happy to find that Fang Chen's overall strength had improved after checking his body. The next day, Fang Chen came to the outer sect Star River Prefecture. The Star River Prefecture was very lively now. Many indigenous martial artists of Dongxian Heaven had also chosen to join the Star River Prefecture. Over time, the number of disciples in the Star River Prefecture did not fall behind other prefectures. Star and Moon was no longer there. The person in charge of the Star River Prefecture was Destruction Swordsman. He came from the same universe as Fang Chen and had fought side by side. Although he was not the strongest in the Star River Prefecture, his prestige was second only to Star and Moon. Under his management, the Star River Prefecture operated normally. Destruction. Fang Chen called out. Why are you back? Destruction Swordsman asked in surprise. Something happened, so I came back, Fang Chen said. When did you enter the Divine Inscription world? The Prefecture Master entered the Divine Inscription world 3 months ago, Destruction Swordsman said. Fang Chen nodded and then flicked his finger, sending a mental portrait into Destruction Swordsman's mind. Use the power of our Star River Prefecture to check if this person is in Dongxian Heaven, Fang Chen said. Destruction Swordsman was a little surprised because he found that the person Fang Chen asked him to check was by Qingqing of the Star River universe. What happened to her? Destruction Swordsman asked. Fang Chen shook his head, looking a little lonely. He did not say anything and turned to leave. Fang Chen had never believed that Bai Qingqing had perished. After leaving the Devil City, he had a strong desire to see if Bai Qingqing was still alive. Therefore, he used the power of the Galaxy Palace to see if Bai Qingqing was still alive. Qingqing. Fang Chen was very afraid to face the final result. If Bai Qingqing had really died, he could not accept it. Thinking of this, Fang Chen decided to look for Princess Xin. When he brought the two girls to the primal chaos void, he said that he wanted them to be safe. Now that something had happened to Bai Qingqing, he did not want anything to happen to Princess Xin. With Fang Chen's status in the Limitless Sword Sect, it was very easy for him to find a person. Soon, news came. Fang Chen, the person you're looking for has appeared. She's in Boulder Town. The Sword Master found Fang Chen and told him the address of Boulder Town. Boulder Town? A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He then took a step forward and left the Limitless Sword Sect. Boulder Town was a barren land with a radius of 100 miles. A tall mountain stood in the middle of Boulder Town. On this mountain, there was a famous female demon. Some lechers who coveted her beauty ended up in a miserable state. But today, the atmosphere on the mountain was heavy, as if something big was about to happen. Chapter 2273. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. On the mountain peak. The old man was aggressive as he brought many martial artists to the mountain peak. Little girl, quickly come out and apologize. Come with me to see my young master. Otherwise, I will flatten this mountain peak today. The old man's voice contained a berserk energy that shook the cultivators on the mountain peak to the point that they were on the verge of collapse. A bald martial artist hurriedly walked into a courtyard and said, "Sir, something bad has happened. That guy brought a lot of people here." In the middle of the courtyard, a lady in a yellow robe sat on a stone bench. "I know," the lady in a yellow robe said in a clear voice. Her pretty face had a hint of sternness. "You want to take me away? I'm afraid you don't have the ability," the lady in a yellow robe muttered to herself. Then, she stood up and walked out of the courtyard. Soon, she arrived at the square. "Have you finally thought it through?" Seeing the lady in a yellow robe walk out, the old man chuckled. She was indeed the girl that the young master had taken a fancy to. She was as beautiful as a flower and could cause the downfall of a city. She was simply the best in the world. "Come with me. Our young master is the young master of the Chiu family. If you follow him, you will enjoy endless glory and wealth in the future." The old man continued. The lady in a yellow robe's face was cold. A long whip appeared in her hand. She suddenly lashed out, causing the air to vibrate. "Pa!" The whip was caught by the old man. His face gradually darkened. "So, you are not willing?" The old man said coldly. "Do you know the consequences of going against our young master's wishes?" "I don't care about the consequences. Let me and that foppish guy dream on," the lady in a yellow robe said directly. Seeing this, the old man's aura shook. He said coldly, "You dare to insult our young master. This is unforgivable." Whoosh. The old man pulled hard and the long whip was immediately pulled over. The lady in a yellow robe's body was also constantly leaning forward. "Is the young master of the Chiu family someone you can offend? If our young master was not busy and could not leave, you would not even have the right to speak if he came here personally." The lady in a yellow robe kept approaching. The old man pulled hard with both hands and tore her long whip apart. Then, he suddenly punched the lady in a yellow robe. The latter tried her best to resist, but in the end, her body was still sent flying. Poochie. The yellow-robed woman spat out a mouthful of blood, her face somewhat pale. "Unity Realm?" The yellow-gowned girl was slightly startled. She did not think that that playboy prince would actually send a Unity Realm expert over. "I'll give you one last chance, do you agree or not?" The old man used his powerful aura to suppress the yellow-robed woman, wanting to force her to submit. However, the yellow-robed woman clenched her teeth and refused to agree. "Since that's the case, I can't let you live." With that, the old man unleashed a thunderous attack that enveloped the yellow-robed woman. The other bandits on the mountain peak were already scared out of their wits. They didn't even dare to move. Below the mountain peak. Fang Chen hurriedly rushed over. His spiritual consciousness enveloped the entire mountain peak and instantly discovered Princess Xin. Are you hurt? Sensing that something was wrong with Princess Xin's aura, his face turned gloomy. He leaped onto the mountain peak. At this moment, he happened to see the old man attacking Princess Xin. Courting death. Fang Chen's eyes turned scarlet. The hidden star sword appeared in his palm, and he fiercely hacked out a sword. Poochie. The sword light tore through the void. It appeared in front of Princess Xin and ruthlessly pierced towards the Unity Realm old man. Not good. The old man could feel the terror of the sword light. He cried out inwardly and rapidly retreated. Too powerful. The old man had followed the Qiu clan's young master and was knowledgeable. He could see the power of this sword light with a single glance. Gritting his teeth, he executed a taboo divine technique. At the same time, he risked losing both his arms to attack the sword light. Catcher. Half of the old man's body was directly shattered by the sword light. Just as the biting cold sword light was about to pierce through the old man's head, it suddenly stopped and dissipated. A miserable shriek came out from the old man's mouth. Half of his body had already turned into a mist of blood. Are you all right? After keeping the hidden star sword, Fang Chen turned to look at the shocked Princess Xin. The beautiful eyes of the princess were flickering with tears. She had thought that she was going to die and wanted to see Fang Chen before she died. Who would have thought that the latter would appear in the blink of an eye? Everything was so beautiful that it felt like a dream. Is it you? Princess Xin finally could not hold back her tears. She rushed into Fang Chen's embrace. Fang Chen gently patted Princess Xin's back and comforted her. It's all right. Who are you? The old man dragged half of his body and roared furiously. Fang Chen turned and coldly looked at the old man, saying, I didn't kill you just now not because I didn't dare. Instead, I wanted you to die in the most miserable way. I am the subordinate of the Qiu clan's young master. If you dare to kill me, the Qiu clan's young master will not let you off. The old man used the Qiu clan's young master as a shield to scare Fang Chen. Qiu clan's young master? I don't know him. Fang Chen shook his head. Tempage, your ignorance will kill you. The old man said arrogantly. The Qiu clan's power was not in the Void Star Heaven, but even the apex sect in the Void Star Heaven could not compare with the Qiu clan. This time, a young master from the Qiu clan branch came to the Void Star Heaven to temper himself. In order to not attract attention, he did not send God Hun Tian as a protector. He only brought along some Unity Realm experts. And the old man was one of them. The Qiu clan's young master had just arrived at the Boulder town when he unintentionally met Princess Xin. It was love at first sight. His mind was filled with the figure of Princess Xin. He wanted to take her for himself, but because he had some urgent matters, he handed this matter over to the old man. He let the old man bring Princess Xin to meet him. When Fang Chen learned of the ins and outs of this matter, he became even more furious. Brat, you dare to spoil the matter of the Qiu clan's young master? You will regret it. The old man shouted crazily, and you, the Qiu clan's young master came to visit you. It is your fortune, yet you actually rejected him. Courting death. Fang Chen shot out two substantialized soul Dao energy from his eyes, piercing through the old man's head. After the old man died, the warriors he brought along retreated. They were afraid of angering Fang Chen. Scram back and tell the Qiu clan's young master that I will let him off this time. If there is a next time, I will definitely take his dog life. Hearing this, these warriors felt relieved. They hurriedly went down the mountain. A beautiful smile appeared on Princess Xin's charming face. Her two dimples were very beautiful. Looking at the mighty figure of the British soldier in front of her, she could not help but rush into his embrace. At the entrance of a secret chamber in Boulder Town. Who? Suddenly, a few figures walked out in a single file. Young master, who would have thought that you would encounter such an opportunity in such a desolate place? A Unity Realm warrior said with a smile. That's right. Even though it isn't some formidable inheritance, it is very compatible with the divine technique that young master cultivates. If you can comprehend this inheritance, Young Master's strength will definitely increase greatly. Several Unity Realm protectors were chatting and laughing. The Cho clan's young master also revealed a smile. I wonder if that yellow-robed girl is already waiting for me. Thinking of the yellow-robed girl, the Cho clan's young master revealed a greedy look. Let's go back. Soon, the group returned to an inn in Boulder Town. Is the matter settled? Seeing the old man bringing back the warriors, the Cho clan's young master smiled brilliantly. Thinking about how he would soon be able to spend a night with that absolute beauty, the Cho clan's young master was very excited. Young master, one of the warriors said while trembling. Amen. The Cho clan's young master frowned, saying, "What happened?" Putong. Many of the warriors directly knelt on the ground. Their bodies were trembling in fear. Young master, please forgive us. What exactly happened? The Cho clan's young master said impatiently. It's like this. A warrior told the Cho clan's young master the ins and outs of the matter. After hearing it, the Cho clan's young master's expression became extremely gloomy. He said that personally. The Cho clan's young master asked. He personally killed Sir He. The reason why he left us alive is to let us return and tell young master what he said. Peng. The Cho clan's young master smashed the stone table beside him with a slap. His heart was burning with rage. In such a small place, someone dares to go against me, Cho Longying. The Cho clan's young master said coldly, I want to see who you are. As for that yellow-robed girl, I, Cho Longying, want her. He, Cho Longying, had never failed to get what he wanted. Furthermore, it was a barbarian from such a remote place. Chapter 2274. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little. We provide you with fascinating novels to read. According to the description of the martial artists who escaped, the person who killed the old man was at most at the Unity Realm and had yet to step into the Heaven-opening realm. A mere Unity Realm martial artist is truly seeking death. Cho Longying was furious, but he felt that a Unity Realm trash was not worth him personally taking action. Bring him back. I want to personally let him know the consequences of offending me, Cho Longying. Rest assured, Prince. Several servants cupped their fists and said. Boulder Town, on top of a mountain. Fang Chen and Princess Xin stood side by side as they looked down. Princess Xin would occasionally sneak a glance at Fang Chen. She felt excited in her heart. What are you waiting for? Princess Xin seemed to have realized something and asked softly. That Cho clan prince should not let this matter rest. Since that is the case, I will wait for him here. Fang Chen said indifferently. Even though his voice was calm, Princess Xin was quite touched. She knew that everything Fang Chen did was because of her. Even though a Cho clan prince is nothing to be afraid of, he has the huge Cho clan behind him. There is no need to provoke the Cho clan because of me. Princess Xin said worriedly. Even though she had never heard of the Cho clan, she could hear it from the tone of the old man. The Cho clan's power was not in the Void Star Sky, but they were extremely powerful. Even the Limitless Sword sect could not compare with them. If the Cho clan behind the Cho clan prince was really drawn out, it would be troublesome. Rest assured, I know my limits. Fang Chen comforted Princess Xin with a smile. But at this moment, many Unity Realm martial artists appeared below the mountain. They are already here. Fang Chen's eyes emitted a cold killing intent. He then said, go to a safe place and wait for me. But, you have to be careful. Princess Xin knew that she would only distract Fang Chen if she stayed here. It was better for her to hide far away so that the latter would not have to worry about her. At this moment, the bandits who once submitted to Princess Xin were scared out of their wits and left the mountain in a sorry state. On the empty mountain peak, there were many simple sword masters. Princess Xin retreated to a certain building. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she looked at the tall figure at the edge of the mountain peak. She didn't know why, but every time she saw this tall figure, her heart would feel very warm. She really wanted time to stop at this time and never change. However, Princess Xin knew that it was impossible. In the blink of an eye, Cho Longying's guards arrived. The majority of them were peak stage Unity Realm experts. They immediately surrounded Fang Chen the moment they arrived. One of them, an old man with a red beard, stepped forward and stared at Fang Chen. He said in a deep voice, "Was it you who killed my young master's servant?" "If you're talking about the young master of the Qiu family, then you're right," Fang Chen said. "Impudent. Someone from our Qiu family, even a servant, is not someone that you can kill." Hearing this, the old man with the red beard roared furiously. His eyes were emitting cold, killing intent. The other guards were also prepared to capture Fang Chen. "Obediently surrender and come with us to see the young master," the old man with the red beard said. Fang Chen shook his head and said, "What if I refuse?" "You dare to refuse my young master's order? Do you know the origin of my young master? Isn't he just a young master of the Qiu family? What's so great about him?" Fang Chen said indifferently. Hearing this, the surrounding guards had a huge change in expression. "Tempage, the Qiu family is a mountain that you can never cross in front of you. Trash like you will never be able to touch the doorstep of the Qiu family." The old man with the red beard said, "The power of the Qiu family is too huge. A mere void star heaven is just a small place in the eyes of the Qiu family. The women that my young master fancied have never failed. If you dare to stop my young master, you are going against the Qiu family." The old man with the red beard continued, "Let me remind you, be prepared to die." With that, the old man with the red beard flashed and directly appeared in front of Fang Chen. His large hand reached out and grabbed Fang Chen's shoulder. Buzz! Wild power instantly drilled into Fang Chen's body and attacked Fang Chen's body. However, Fang Chen's body did not move at all. There was even a hint of mockery on his face. "The guards of the Qiu family are just SOSO. Fang Chen's words were full of mockery. When the guards of the Qiu family heard this, they were instantly enraged. "You are courting death," the old man with the red beard roared in a low voice. Immediately, he grabbed with his hand and wanted to crush Fang Chen's shoulder. Bang! Suddenly, he felt as if his body had sunk into a quagmire and was unable to extricate himself. At the same time, the sharp sword qi continued to wreak havoc in the air. The next moment, it directly pierced his body. At this time, the old man with the red beard's face changed greatly. He wanted to withdraw his hand, but he was shocked to find that there was a huge attractive force on Fang Chen's shoulder that was pulling his hand tightly. "Damn it!" The old man with the red beard cursed and immediately said, "What are you waiting for?" Following his command, the surrounding guards all made their moves. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The chaotic attacks instantly drowned Fang Chen. Dong! The entire mountain was shaking. Fang Chen's body directly disappeared in the violent power. After the numerous guards attacked, their faces were full of disdain. "Humph, under such an attack, he will definitely die. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his corpse." The old man with the red beard withdrew his hand and said coldly. Numerous guards entered the violent power and began to search for Fang Chen's figure. Soon, the violent power dissipated and a large pit appeared on the ground. However, there was no trace of Fang Chen. "Yi! Why is there no one?" The expression of the old man with the red beard changed greatly. He looked around. He escaped? His heart was surging with waves of shock. "Are you all looking for me?" Suddenly, Fang Chen's voice came from the void. Numerous guards looked left and right, but they could not find any trace of Fang Chen. How is this possible? Everyone was puzzled. How could a Unity Realm warrior avoid the detection of their spiritual consciousness? Pretending to be mysterious. The old man with the red beard snorted. He immediately clenched his fists. A violent power surged and blasted towards the sky. Catcher! The void collapsed and space became chaotic. He wanted to force Fang Chen out. "Qiu clan's guards are too weak." Fang Chen's voice came from all directions again. The Qiu clan's guards became even more furious. The next moment, he strolled out of the void. "Qiu clan's prince sent trash like you to capture me?" Fang Chen sneered. "Let's attack together and kill him." At this moment, the old man with the red beard realized how powerful Fang Chen was. He wanted to rely on the human wave tactic to capture Fang Chen. But in the face of the fierce attack, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword unhurriedly. Wang! The hidden star sword let out a resonant sword cry. A terrifying sword chi engulfed the entire land. Shio. With a slight shake of his wrist, the sixth move of the traceless sword technique was executed. The Azura sword chi floated in the air, forming an unimaginable attack. Under the control of Fang Chen, it blasted towards the crowd. Pucci. There was almost no resistance at all. It was a completely one-sided massacre. One guard after another died under Fang Chen's sword. One had to know that after cultivating the Azura sword Dao to such a realm, the sixth move of the traceless sword technique was dozens of times stronger. Even a heaven-opening realm warrior was not his opponent, let alone a unity realm warrior. The current Fang Chen could be said to be the strongest unity realm warrior in the primal chaos void. He was invincible among the younger generation. Catcher. When the hidden star sword stabbed out, it directly pierced through the head of the old man with the red beard. The latter widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Qiu clan will not let you off. Before dying, he left behind a threatening sentence. His body softly fell to the ground. Qiu clan? Fang Chen smiled disdainfully. Would the dignified Qiu clan deal with him because of a guard? As for the Qiu clan's prince, he was just a destitute prince of a branch. If he had the ability, he would not have come to such a barbaric place to train. Boulder Town, in an inn. Qiu Longying suddenly stood up. His figure flashed and disappeared. Just a moment ago, he discovered that the guards he sent had all died. Chapter 2275. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Heaven-opening realm martial artists had the ability to split open the heavens. To be able to open up such an enormous space in their bodies, one could well imagine how powerful they were. Their control of origin energy had already reached a near-perfect level. Therefore, when flying, they could borrow the power of the origin to change the spatial nodes, and their speed was incomparably fast. In a few minutes, Qiu Longying crossed the void and arrived at the peak of the mountain. Looking at the corpse lying in the river of blood, his heart was incomparably cold. His eyes were scarlet, bloodthirsty, and ferocious. Although he was just a young master of a branch of the Qiu family, his status was still very high. Even in the Qiu family, no one would brazenly deal with his guards or even slap his own face. This time, he had come to a barbarian land, yet such a thing had happened. The peak Unity Realm protectors he brought were all killed by this person. Thinking of this, Qiu Longying slowly raised his scarlet eyes and looked at a certain building in the center of the mountain peak. A man and a woman were chatting happily. "Are you humiliating me, Qiu Longying?" Qiu Longying was instantly enraged. He rushed to the front of the building and glared at Fang Chen. "You're the one who killed my guards." Qiu Longying's body emitted a terrifying aura, causing Princess Xin's face to turn pale and her body to tremble. Fang Chen's hand gently grasped Princess Xin's hand. Her body immediately stopped trembling and her complexion improved a bit. "Leave this to me," Fang Chen said in a low voice. Princess Xin nodded in understanding and quickly left. The aura of a heaven-opening realm martial artist was too powerful. It wasn't something Princess Xin could resist. However, Fang Chen was different. Even though he was a Unity Realm expert, he was still calmly observing Qiu Longying. At this time, Qiu Longying also discovered that Fang Chen was unusual. I used my heaven-opening aura to pressure him, but he actually remained indifferent. Qiu Longying was puzzled. He could clearly feel that Fang Chen was just a Unity Realm expert, so how could Fang Chen resist against his aura? Could it be that he has a supreme treasure that can withstand the powerful aura? Qiu Longying thought to himself. It was not as if he had never seen such a Dharma treasure in the Qiu clan. It was just that he didn't care about them at all. Thinking of this, Qiu Longying snorted coldly and continued to release his aura, directly enveloping Fang Chen, trying to force the latter to kneel. "Kneel." Qiu Longying's voice contained the aura of an illusion. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely not be able to resist it. An illusion? Fang Chen smiled faintly. An extremely strong hallucinogenic aura emerged in his mind, directly cancelling out Qiu Longying's illusion. Seeing this, Qiu Longying's expression finally changed. The person in front of him was stronger than he had imagined. He could not see through this person. "Who are you?" Qiu Longying finally spoke. Since his aura was unable to intimidate the latter, he decided to retract his aura. "Fang Chen. If I'm not wrong, you should be a disciple of the Limitless Sword Sect, right?" Qiu Longying asked. He could sense that Fang Chen's body contained a sharp sword aura. In Dongxian Heaven, only the people of the Limitless Sword Sect could possess such a sharp sword aura. "That's right," Fang Chen said. There was nothing to hide. The Limitless Sword Sect is just a force in Dongxian Heaven. It can't even be considered a top force in Voidstar Heaven. Qiu Longying's face was filled with mockery. He looked down on Fang Chen and said, "You're just a disciple of the Limitless Sword Sect. How dare you kill the guards of my Qiu clan? Do you know what you're doing? Princess Xin is my friend. If they touch her, they're going against me. I won't allow anyone to touch my friend," Fang Chen said in a deep voice, as if he did not put Qiu Longying in his eyes. Seeing this, Qiu Longying shook his head and said, "It seems that you still don't understand the situation." At this point, he grinned and said, "I'm from Moshe Shen's Qiu clan. My name is Qiu Longying. But even if I tell you, I'm afraid you won't know what kind of existence you've provoked." Fang Chen had never heard of Moshe Shen, let alone the Qiu clan. "So what?" Fang Chen said. Princess Xin was his friend. He wouldn't allow anyone to touch her, not even the people of the Qiu clan. "My Qiu clan is the dominant force in Moshe Shen. We have absolute control over the entire Moshe Shen. Moshe Shen is much stronger than your Voidstar Heaven. Even your Limitless Sword Sect's sect master can't enter my Qiu clan's eyes." Qiu Longying said, "Even an expert like the Xinghe ancestor has to lower his head in front of my Qiu clan. Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere with my matters?" Qiu Longying's face was filled with a sense of superiority. He wanted to tell Fang Chen that in his eyes, the Limitless Sword Sect was trash. If the Xinghe ancestor was here, he would kill you with a slap. Fang Chen said. After saying so much, he wanted to make Fang Chen panic in his heart and kneel down to beg for mercy. He, Qiu Longying, enjoyed that feeling. He was going to make this stupid guy suffer a fate worse than death. "Putting aside the forces behind us, my realm is enough to crush you," Qiu Longying said coldly. Hearing this, Fang Chen sneered even more. Fang Chen looked at Qiu Longying like he was looking at an idiot. "If I really put aside the forces behind me, do you believe that I can destroy you in minutes?" Fang Chen said. "I don't believe it," Qiu Longying said. "Then let's try," Fang Chen asked. "You're courting death." Qiu Longying was finally angered by Fang Chen. He originally wanted him to kneel down and beg for mercy. But now, it seemed that there was no need for that. "After I kill you, your woman will also be my, Qiu Longying's, plaything." Qiu Longying's body flickered with golden light, and a violent heaven-opening aura was instantly released. "Late-stage heaven-opening realm?" Fang Chen frowned. Qiu Longying's last sentence had made him very angry, and his heart was already filled with killing intent. "Die!" Using the 11th level of the spacetime collapse technique, Fang Chen's figure directly merged with spacetime without any aura fluctuations. Seeing this, Qiu Longying sneered and attacked wildly, trying to force Fang Chen to appear. At the same time, Fang Chen used the innate soul reversal technique. The Soul Dao attack disturbed Qiu Longying's origin spirit, and then he used the 6th move of the traceless sword technique. Swish! The extremely bright sword light, with unparalleled power, stabbed fiercely at Qiu Longying. "What sword technique is this?" Seeing this, Qiu Longying's expression changed drastically. As he retreated, his eyes were filled with greed. "I didn't expect to encounter such an exquisite sword technique in this small place." Qiu Longying was greedy, and wanted to obtain Fang Chen's sword technique. "It seems that you're hiding a lot of secrets." Thinking of this, Qiu Longying's palm formed a complicated seal, and he directly grabbed at the sword light. Poochie. However, Qiu Longying never dreamed that the sword light's power was much stronger than he had imagined. With a crack, his palm was pierced by the sword light, and blood splattered in the air. His body constantly retreated. Traceless sword technique. Fang Chen continuously waved the hidden star sword, continuously using the 6th move of the traceless sword technique. In the demon city, after increasing his comprehension of the Azura sword technique, Fang Chen's attack power was comparable to the late-stage heaven opening realm. Then, his origin spirit rose to the 7th origin realm, and his soul Dao cultivation greatly increased. This also allowed Fang Chen to easily kill late-stage heaven opening realm martial artists. Pucci. The sword light pierced through Qiu Longying's body, and a miserable cry came from his mouth. "I'll kill you." Qiu Longying dragged his miserable body and roared in anger. At the same time, Qiu Longying closed his eyes, and the space around him suddenly became still. In the next moment, a strange black aura appeared above his head, and this black aura instantly condensed into a roaring tiger. The tiger opened its bloody mouth, and it had the power to swallow mountains and rivers. "You should be proud that a Unity Realm martial artist can force me, Qiu Longying, to this extent," Qiu Longying sinisterly said. This was his trump card, and also one of the innate divine abilities of the Qiu clan, tiger swallowing heaven and earth. Every Qiu clan disciple could awaken their innate divine ability after reaching adulthood. Tiger swallowing heaven and earth was the weakest innate divine ability of the Qiu clan, but even so, it was not something ordinary people could imagine. Chapter 2276. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen did not find it strange that Qiu Longying was able to display such a heaven-defying gifted ability. Love go little say W. No one would believe that a powerful force like the Qiu family did not have any tricks up its sleeve. Looking at the black tiger above Qiu Longying's head, Fang Chen felt his heart palpitate. However, this would not make him cower. Gifted ability? You should be proud to die under my innate ability. In the blink of an eye, Qiu Longying had activated his gifted ability to the extreme. As long as he gave the order, the black tiger would erupt with extreme power and rush towards Fang Chen, tearing Fang Chen apart. The most important thing about the tiger swallows heaven and earth was not the black tiger, but the power in the tiger's body that was connected to the Qiu family's bloodline. The Qiu family had 3 gifted abilities. According to the strength of the family's talent, the awakened gifted abilities were different. Qiu Longying was a branch disciple with average potential, so he only awakened the tiger swallows heaven and earth. Roar. The tiger's roar resounded through heaven and earth. The black tiger opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the mountains and rivers. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its gong-sized eyes stared at Fang Chen, as if it wanted to tear Fang Chen apart. In the face of Qiu Longying's gifted ability, although Fang Chen was confident that he could deal with it, he did not dare to be too careless. After all, the latter was a disciple of the Qiu family. He might have some powerful tricks up his sleeve. Kill. Following Qiu Longying's order, the black tiger suddenly opened its claws and rushed towards Fang Chen. Crash. In the blink of an eye, the black tiger arrived in front of Fang Chen. Buzz. Fang Chen released the aura of the Azura sword principle. The violent killing sword aura surrounded his body, and the power of the myriad sword domain was greatly enhanced. Love go little say W. After the black tiger entered the myriad sword domain, its speed suddenly decreased sharply. It roared crazily, bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its body vibrated, and a black aura shot out of its mouth and drilled into Fang Chen's body. It hurts. Immediately, Fang Chen felt pain all over his body. His essence soul felt like it was being torn apart. On the other side, Qiu Longying was very happy to see Fang Chen in pain. The biggest threat of the tiger swallows heaven and earth was the black aura in the tiger's body. Once it hit the enemy, there was no way to avoid it. Now, you can have a taste of my tiger swallowing heaven and earth. Qiu Longying looked at Fang Chen with interest, his face full of disdain. The tiger swallows heaven and earth was a special innate ability. Against weaklings, the black tiger could tear them apart with its claws. When dealing with slightly stronger cultivators, they would open their mouths wide, crushing their opponents with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. Qiu Longying would only use this black aura to deal with enemies that exceeded his imagination. Once the black aura entered the body, it would seep into the limbs and bones, constantly corroding the internal organs of the cultivator. At the same time, it would also burn the primordial spirit. Those who were hit by it would usually have their body and soul destroyed. This was the most terrifying aspect of the heaven and earth devourer. Fang Chen's body staggered a little. He struggled to stabilize his body and desperately tried to refine the black aura. This black aura is corroding my body and burning my primordial spirit. Fang Chen cursed. Immediately, he released a violent Azura sword principal aura to expel the black aura. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under Fang Chen's control, the Azura sword chi instantly covered the entire holy spring. The holy spring trembled. The Azura sword chi easily refined the black aura. Hey! The black aura seems to be afraid of the Azura sword chi. Suddenly, Fang Chen discovered this scene and was very surprised. Soon, his idea was verified. He controlled the Azura sword chi and constantly circulated it throughout his body. Wherever it passed, the black aura disappeared. The Azura sword chi is so powerful. Fang Chen widened his eyes and looked at his body in disbelief. In a few breaths of time, the black aura in his body was expelled by the Azura sword chi. At this time, Fang Chen's complexion improved a little. He raised his head and his pitch-black eyes looked at the black tiger bound by the myriad sword domain. Damnable guy! With a shrill sound, the red hidden star sword ruthlessly pierced into the black tiger's body. Catcher! The black tiger roared towards the sky and let out a miserable cry before collapsing. Peng! At the same time, Qiu Longying's body was sent flying. He suffered a strong backlash. He vomited blood and his face was pale. He looked at Fang Chen with shock. He was very confident in his innate divine ability. Once he used it, even a peak-stage heaven-opening realm martial artist would not dare to face it head-on. Once hit, they would lose all combat power for a short time. But was this guy a freak? How could he be fine? He could not understand, but his heart was filled with shock. A Unity Realm martial artist had broken his innate divine ability. If this matter was spread back to the Qiu clan, it would definitely cause a commotion. No, the sword chi on his body. Suddenly, Qiu Longying seemed to have thought of something. Immediately, his complexion changed. He looked at Fang Chen with a pale and powerless face. Azura sword chi, it must be Azura sword chi. Qiu Longying was practically roaring. He did not dare believe that he would meet an Azura sword Dao martial artist in this small place. Mn. He recognized my Azura sword Dao? Fang Chen frowned and walked towards Qiu Longying step by step. The latter's eyes were filled with despair. He said in a deep voice, I really did not expect you to be an Azura sword Dao inheritor. What happened before was a misunderstanding. How about we stop here? Do you think I will stop just because you say so? Fang Chen found it laughable. This Qiu Longying, was he used to being a young master? He always had a high and mighty attitude. Did he think that with the huge Qiu clan behind him, others would be afraid of him? Peng! Fang Chen sent Qiu Longying flying with a punch. You are not qualified to talk terms with me. Following that, Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of Qiu Longying. He grabbed his collar and said coldly, How did you recognize my Azura sword Dao? If I tell you, will you let me go? Qiu Longying said. Catcher! Fang Chen punched Qiu Longying's arm, causing him to scream. I said before, you are not qualified to talk terms with me. If there is a next time, I will directly kill you. Fang Chen said. I will talk. Facing such a lunatic who did not play by the rules, Qiu Longying could not do anything. The other party was a hothead who did not know what the Qiu clan was. He was not afraid of the Qiu clan at all. After losing the backing of the Qiu clan, his life was already in the hands of the other party. A wise man submits to circumstances. He bowed his head temporarily so that he could make a comeback in the future. The Moshaishan where my Qiu clan is located is a holy land for sword cultivators. In the huge Moshaishan, there are only sword cultivators and no other martial artists. Qiu Longying said slowly, and the sword Dao that we cultivate is the Moshaishan sword Dao. Of course, ordinary martial artists are not qualified to cultivate the Moshaishan sword Dao. Only our Qiu clan is qualified to cultivate it. The Moshetian sword Dao is an offensive sword Dao. When cultivated to the extreme, it can topple mountains and overturn seas. However, at this point, Qiu Longying's face was filled with helplessness. Heaven and earth are divided into yin and yang. If there is black, there is white. Everything has an opposite. The Moshetian sword Dao is no exception. Its nemesis is the Azura sword Dao. Qiu Longying said, "Once, when my Qiu clan was just a small clan, there were two major sword Dao factions in Moshetian. They were the Moshetian sword Dao and the Azura sword Dao. The two sword Dao restrained each other and neither was willing to submit to the other. However, under the refinement of countless peerless experts, the more the Azura sword Dao was cultivated, the more it began to display its peerless elegance. In the end, everyone was shocked to find that the Azura sword Dao could perfectly restrain the Moshetian sword Dao." After pausing for a moment, Qiu Longying continued. "In the endless years that followed, our Qiu clan took advantage of the chaos and produced many experts. We began to walk towards glory and finally became one of the top two factions in Moshetian. Our Qiu clan mainly cultivated the Moshetian sword Dao. The other faction mainly cultivated the Azura sword Dao. Originally, the two factions were at odds with each other and neither could destroy the other. Moshetian gradually calmed down. But 100 years later, a shocking genius appeared in our Qiu clan. In just a few thousand years, he cultivated the Moshetian sword Dao to the extreme. His ambition was great and he wanted to completely destroy the Azura sword Dao." Chapter 2277. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Go. I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. He did not expect the two great sword Daos to have such a reason. But that was not right. Why would Mo Luosha mistake his Azura sword Dao as the obliteration sword Dao? However, Qiu Longying's following words cleared all the doubts in Fang Chen's heart. The Azura sword Dao is good at disguise. Unless it is someone who is extremely strong, they will only mistake it as the demon-killing sword Dao. Because of this, my Qiu clan has lost many young geniuses over the years. They were all assassinated by the surviving members of the Azura sword Dao. Qiu Longying said, "You are a sword cultivator, and I can feel that your aura is very similar to the aura of the demon-killing sword Dao. At first, I was still suspicious, but after you broke my innate ability, I was sure. For someone at the Unity realm to be able to break his innate ability was an incredible thing. However, if it was an Azura sword Dao warrior, then there was no problem. Everything was logical." Fang Chen nodded. So that was the case. At the same time, he rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he had comprehended a trace of the Azura sword Dao. Otherwise, he would not know how to deal with Qiu Longying's innate ability. Yi. At this moment, a name appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Demon Sword Venerable, the founder of the Azura sword Dao. Could he be the leader of the Azura sect, one of the two great factions of Moshetian? All along, Demon Sword Venerable had been very mysterious to Fang Chen. Now, his identity was gradually coming to light. Although he was still not clear, Fang Chen knew that he must be related to Moshetian. What about the old man riding the big black dog? He said that he was good friends with Demon Sword Venerable. Could he be an Azura sword Dao warrior? Fang Chen thought inwardly. He shook his head hard to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind. Fang Chen's gaze landed on Qiu Longying. When Qiu Longying saw this, he looked at Fang Chen warily and said, "I have already sent the news back to the clan. If you dare to kill me, they will definitely avenge me." Fang Chen's aura fluctuated. He had imprisoned Qiu Longying's body, but he did not expect the latter to have a special means of communication. "Are you threatening me?" Fang Chen said angrily. The Qiu clan had always wanted to exterminate the Azura sword Dao martial artists. If they knew of his existence, they would send experts to kill him. Even the Wuji sword sect would not be able to protect him. Damn it. Fang Chen clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. His anger had reached its peak. "I advise you to obediently let me go. Otherwise, when my Qiu clan's army arrives, you will definitely die," said Qiu Longying. The reason why he explained the history of the Shura sword path and the demon-killing sword path to Fang Chen was to numb Fang Chen and at the same time, to buy time for himself. Fang Chen stared at Qiu Longying and said, "Do you think I don't dare to kill you?" Bang! With a single punch, Qiu Longying's body was smashed to the ground. "You!" Qiu Longying roared angrily. His eyes were scarlet, but there was nothing he could do. The only thing he could rely on now was that Fang Chen was afraid of the Qiu clan and would let him go. Die! However, when Fang Chen said those words, Qiu Longying's complexion turned pale, and he began to frantically flee. Poochie! He displayed the Shura sword path and the sixth move of the traceless sword art instantly burst out. Under the Shura sword path, Qiu Longying did not even have the courage to use his innate ability. He could only do his best to escape, but it was already too late. A beam of cold light entered his body, and his body directly exploded. Whoosh! Fang Chen opened his palm and immediately put Qiu Longying's Sumeru ring into his pocket. Will he be fine? At this moment, Princess Xin hurried over. She had also heard the conversation between the two. She was very anxious about Qiu Longying's threat. She blamed herself in her heart. All of this happened because of her. If the experts of the Qiu clan came, Fang Chen would be in great danger. You're the pride of the younger generation of the Limitless Sword sect. The sect master thinks highly of you. Tell him what happened here and see if he has any ideas. Princess Xin said anxiously. Don't worry. If I'm not wrong, Qiu Longying's position in the Qiu clan is very low. Even if I send a message back, no one will believe me. Fang Chen comforted her. We can't stay here for long. Let's return to the Limitless Sword sect first. All of the guards that Qiu Longying brought with him had fallen. Even he had lost his life. And all of this was because of his lust. Mo Shotian, Qiu clan's branch. In a luxurious mansion, a young man in black sat in the garden, quietly playing with the communication jade pendant in his hand. Qiu Longying, that idiot. He cursed as he played with the jade pendant. This person was Qiu Longyu, Qiu Longying's elder cousin. He was also a disciple of this branch of the Qiu clan. It's just that his potential was much stronger than Qiu Longying's. His position in the Qiu clan branch was relatively high. A Unity Realm warrior who possesses the Azura sword Dao broke his innate sacred power and killed him? Qiu Longyu pondered over the information that Qiu Longying sent back. There are Azura sword Dao warriors in such a barbaric place like the Void Star Heaven? When he mentioned the Azura sword Dao, Qiu Longyu's eyes were filled with greed. If he could kill the Azura sword Dao warrior and return, the clan would definitely reward him heavily. He might even be given the position of young clan head. This was a huge temptation. Regardless of whether it's true or not, I have to make a trip to the Void Star Heaven. Qiu Longyu grinned. Qiu Longying's death was an ironclad fact. But if it was during normal times, the Qiu clan branch would be too lazy to care about it. Qiu Longying was at most a hedonistic disciple in the Qiu clan branch. But it was different now. For the sake of the Azura sword Dao, Qiu Longyu had to take revenge for this useless younger brother of his. I can't let other people in the clan know about this for the time being. Qiu Longyu made a decision inwardly. He wanted to monopolize this reward. If other people in the clan knew about this, they would definitely send experts over. By then, he wouldn't be able to reap any benefits. He was a prodigy who was competing for the position of the next clan head. This matter might be able to add fuel to the fire. If he did it well, it was highly possible that the clan head of the branch would be happy and regard him highly, suppressing other competitors. Even though it was just a branch, if he became the clan head, he would be able to speak well in the Qiu clan headquarters. He would be able to come into contact with a higher level of martial artist circles. He would also be able to obtain a more perfect cultivation method for the demon-killing sword Dao. Qiu Longying, you have been stupid your entire life. Before you die, you have done a good deed for me. Saying that, Qiu Longyu turned and left the residence. Void Star Heaven, Limitless Sword Sect. After bringing Princess Xin back to the Limitless Sword Sect, he arranged for her to stay in the outer sect Star River office. Princess Xin's cultivation had already reached the critical point of the divine pattern realm. She only needed an opportunity to break through to the Unity realm. For this, Fang Chen gave Princess Xin a lot of cultivation resources. Most of them came from the spatial rings of the demon god-list martial artists he killed. Since he had no use for some of them, he might as well put them all in the Star River office. Princess Xin was worried that Fang Chen would be in danger, so she went into seclusion. She wanted to seek a breakthrough and help Fang Chen. After that, Fang Chen found Jian Wuji. Sect Master, Fang Chen said. What's the matter? Jian Wuji asked. I went to Boulder Town this time to look for an old friend. I had a conflict with someone from the Chou clan, Fang Chen said. Chou clan? Which Chou clan? Jian Wuji's expression changed as he asked. Mosha Heaven's Chou clan, Fang Chen said. Chou clan's branch young master Chou Longying wanted to bully my good friend, so I killed him. Fang Chen told Jian Wuji about how he killed Chou Longying. Jian Wuji's eyes widened as he looked at Fang Chen. How did you obtain the Azura sword Dao? Compared to killing Chou Longying, Jian Wuji was more shocked by the Azura sword Dao. I obtained it by accident, Fang Chen said simply. He did not mention the old man riding the big black dog. This is troublesome. After a slight shock, Jian Wuji said, the Chou clan's research on the Mosha sword Dao has reached a very powerful level. They will not allow the Azura sword Dao to recover. Therefore, as long as they find an Azura sword Dao martial artist, they will definitely kill them. Chapter 2278. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Chou family isn't very strong, but very strong. Jian Wuji revealed a bitter smile and said, do you know that there are strong and weak in the 33 heavens of the primal chaos void? Fang Chen nodded. He knew this point. There were strong and weak in any place. In the vast primal chaos void, there were fertile lands and barren lands. In the eyes of the Moshation powerhouses, Void Star Heaven was a small place. Although Moshation was one of the 33 heavens of the primal chaos void like Void Star Heaven, its overall strength was far stronger than Void Star Heaven. Even a powerhouse like Ancestor Xing he didn't dare to dominate Void Star Heaven and couldn't unify it. But the Chou family could become the absolute ruler of Moshation. Countless forces bowed their heads. Just as Chou Longying said, the top powerhouse of Void Star Heaven, Ancestor Xing He, had no choice but to lower his head in front of the Chou family. It was said that the Chou family had two ancestors holding down the fort. They were extremely powerful. The reason why the Chou family could unify Moshation was greatly related to these two ancestors. These two forefathers were a level stronger than the Starry River forefather. But you don't have to worry. You only killed an unrated disciple of the Chou family's branch. I'm afraid it's not enough to make the Chou family go to war. Jian Wuji said slowly, however, one must always be on guard against others. If the Chou family's branch knows that you have the Azura sword Dao, they might come to find trouble with you. After hearing Jian Wuji's words, Fang Chen also had a certain understanding of the Chou family. A cold light flashed in his eyes. If the Chou family's people came here and he couldn't beat them, he would just flee far away. There would be a day when he would make a comeback. Sect Master. Fang Chen took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Before he could finish speaking, he was stopped by Jian Wuji. The latter waved his hand and said, if an ordinary disciple of the Chou family comes, the Limitless Sword Sect will be able to help you. However, if an expert from the Chou family comes, the Limitless Sword Sect will not be able to do anything. At that time, you can escape from the illusory star sky. As for the Star River province, I will protect you. The Chou family will not dare to attack the Limitless Sword Sect for no reason. Hearing this, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Sect Master. After talking with the Sect Master, Fang Chen was very worried. After he returned to the inner sect, he immediately went into seclusion. 1 month later. Dongxian Heaven, Boulder Town. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the calm void. Then, 3 figures walked out of it. Young master, why did you come to such a desolate place? One of the black-clothed heaven-opening realm cultivators asked doubtfully. That's right, young master. This is the Void Star Heaven, a barbarian land. Cultivation resources are scarce here. What are you doing here? Another person asked in confusion. I'm here to kill. A cold glint flashed in Qiu Longyu's eyes. Qiu Longyu quickly sensed the place of Qiu Longying's death according to the aura in the communication jade pendant. Whoosh whoosh. A moment later, Qiu Longyu arrived at a mountain peak in Boulder Town. The cold wind rustled here and it was incomparably empty. There were several corpses on the mountain peak. After seeing these corpses, the two heaven-opening realm cultivators who came with Qiu Longyu were instantly shocked. These are people of my Qiu family. Hey! Isn't this young master Qiu Longying? Why did he die here? The two servants were shocked as they stared at Qiu Longyu with wide eyes. Qiu Longyu walked step by step towards Qiu Longying's corpse. He extended his hand and slowly touched the wound. Immediately, a sharp sword chi drilled into his palm. As expected, it's true. Qiu Longyu's eyes flickered with an icy murderous intent as he said in a cold tone. Young master, what's going on? The two servants asked angrily. Let's go to the Wuji sword sect. In the dark night, only the stars twinkled in the dark sky. Fang Chen sat cross-legged in the courtyard, comprehending the Azura sword Dao. Whoosh! He spat out a mouthful of turbid qi and a smile appeared on his face. His comprehension of the Azura sword Dao had grown stronger. At the same time, the sixth move of the traceless sword art had reached its peak. It's time to cultivate the demonic dragon body tempering art. Fang Chen muttered to himself as he checked his body. However, just as he was about to continue cultivating, his expression suddenly froze. They're here so quickly. Fang Chen felt the fluctuations in the air and sensed a familiar aura. The people of the Qiu family were much faster than he had imagined. Illusory star sky was very far from Mo Shotien. Only the people of the Qiu family could reach illusory star sky in a short month. There's a total of 3 people. 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators and 1 heaven-opening realm cultivator. Fang Chen's consciousness silently merged into the void. In an instant, he discovered the 3 people hiding in the dark. After finding the exact location of the 3 people, Fang Chen stopped cultivating, stood up, and quietly returned to his room. In the void. Young master, should we attack? The servant in black asked. Be careful. This is the Wuji sword sect. If we alert the higher-ups, we won't be able to succeed. Qiu Longyu warned. Okay. The other servant nodded heavily. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly froze. He's gone. The 3 of them were shocked. They spread out their consciousness, but they couldn't find any trace of him. Go in. The 3 of them were shocked and rushed into the room. Did he discover us and escape? Qiu Longyu's face instantly darkened. He didn't expect that their whereabouts would be exposed. This was something he hadn't expected. Poochie. Just as Qiu Longyu was deep in thought, an extremely sharp sword light suddenly appeared in the void. The servant in black couldn't block it in time and his body was pierced. Catcher. His body exploded, and he died instantly. Then, Fang Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and arrived in front of another servant. The star-hidden sword stabbed out again. You're courting death. Only then did Qiu Longyu react. He roared angrily and threw a punch at Fang Chen. Whoosh! Fang Chen had been guarding against Qiu Longyu for a long time. He quickly set up an illusory realm and a heaven pass array to trap Qiu Longyu temporarily. As for the 6th move of the traceless sword principle, it pierced through another servant's body with absolute strength. In the blink of an eye, the 2 servants that Qiu Longyu brought were killed by Fang Chen. Boom! After Qiu Longyu broke through the illusory realm and the heaven pass array, he suddenly saw the bodies falling slowly. His eyes were scarlet and he exuded an extremely strong killing intent. Tiger swallows the heavens and earth. Qiu Longyu shouted. He knew that the fluctuations here had alerted the higher-ups of the Wuji sword sect. He had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, he would have to retreat when the higher-ups arrived. The Qiu family's superpower is useless against me. Fang Chen said indifferently with the hidden star sword in his hand. Temph, don't compare me with that trash Qiu Longying. My superpower is powerful and he can't be compared to me. Qiu Longyu sneered and a black tiger quickly formed above his head. The black tiger was a lot bigger than Qiu Longying. It opened its bloody mouth and shot out a black ray of light. Fang Chen sneered and the Shura sword qi revolved around his body to form a strong defense. Catcher. After being prepared, the black light was blocked by the Shura sword qi and was refined. Whoosh. With a backhand slash, the black tiger that was bound by the myriad sword domain was blown away. How is this possible? Qiu Longyu felt a strong rebound force and his body retreated quickly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Even he did not expect Fang Chen's strength to be so powerful. I can't fight him head-on, Qiu Longyu said to himself. His body flashed and he was ready to leave. Rumble. A majestic aura came from the sky. Jian Wuji and the sword master had arrived. Their auras locked onto Qiu Longyu. Qiu Longyu's figure was trapped in the void. Are you okay? Jian Wuji looked at Fang Chen and asked. I'm fine. Fang Chen said. I'm from the Moshaitian Qiu family. How dare you kill me? Although Qiu Longyu was imprisoned, he looked coldly at Jian Wuji and said. Why did you barge into my Wuji sword sect? Jian Wuji asked. Chapter 2279. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. The Qiu clan cannot be humiliated. Love go little say webku. This was the iron law of Moshaitian. No one dared to provoke the Qiu clan. From this, it could be seen how enormous the Qiu family's influence was. The Qiu clan cannot be humiliated. Can others humiliate you? Jian Wuji sneered. Only the Qiu clan is allowed to kill others. Can others not kill the Qiu clan's people? My cousin. Qiu Longyu wanted to explain, but he was suppressed by Jian Wuji's aura. Catcher. Qiu Longyu's bones cracked and his body trembled. Just as he said, the Qiu clan cannot be humiliated. In this world where the strong were respected, even the strong could not be humiliated. Although Jian Wuji was nothing in front of the Qiu clan, in front of Qiu Longyu, Jian Wuji was the strongest. Poochie. Qiu Longyu stubbornly raised his head. His eyes were red as he stared at Jian Wuji. He did not believe that Jian Wuji would dare to kill him. Do you want the entire limitless sword sect to be buried with me? Qiu Longyu roared in anger. Jian Wuji's expression changed. His aura surged and pressed down on Qiu Longyu. Your cousin, Qiu Longying, was greedy and wanted to snatch Fang Chen's good friend. Qiu Longying tried to stop him but failed and killed him. Jian Wuji said calmly, this matter is your cousin's fault. On account of the Qiu clan, I will let you go this time. If you dare to barge into the limitless sword sect again, I will kill you. With that, Jian Wuji waved his hand. A terrifying shockwave swept up Qiu Longyu's body and threw him out of the limitless sword sect. Sect leader, why do you have to eliminate the root of the problem? Fang Chen asked. Jian Wuji shook his head. Beside him, the sword head said solemnly, the gains do not make up for the losses. The Qiu clan's methods are unimaginable. If they investigate, no matter how clean we are, we will not be able to escape. At that time, we might anger the Qiu clan. On the contrary, if sect master makes a move to intimidate Qiu Longyu and make him feel fear, this matter might come to an end. After all, that Qiu Longying is just an unrated disciple of a branch. If that Qiu Longyu is smart, he won't come looking for trouble with you. The sword master continued. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded lightly. He understood what the sect leader meant. They were in high positions and had to consider many things. They had to consider the future of the limitless sword sect. At the same time, they had to consider whether they could withstand the wrath of the Qiu family. Therefore, even though Qiu Longyu had done something so outrageous, the sect leader had only punished him slightly. Ultimately, he, Qiu Longyu, was a member of Moshaitian's Qiu clan. Thinking of this, Fang Chen sighed. Under the dark night sky. Bang! A loud noise broke the silence at the foot of the limitless sword mountain. The cries of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard incessantly. Many demonic beasts had sensed the commotion and were cautiously approaching. However, the enraged Qiu Longyu directly released the aura of a peak heaven-opening realm cultivator, instantly scaring these demonic beasts away. His face was a little pale, and all the bones in his body were shattered. Although it wasn't a big deal, it was still a humiliation. Damn Fang Chen, damn limitless sword sect. Cold killing intent flashed in Qiu Longyu's eyes. He was a disciple of the Qiu clan and had been in Moshaishan for so many years. Everywhere he went, he was respected. But now, he was being humiliated by a small limitless sword sect. I will definitely take revenge for this. Qiu Longyu clenched his fists and said coldly. However, the most important thing now was to heal his injuries. He would make a decision after his injuries were healed. Moshaishan, Qiu clan's branch. Qiu Longtan, the undisputed number one of the younger generation of the Qiu clan's branch. A month ago, he successfully broke through to the earth-opening realm and became the most dazzling existence of this branch. Even the Qiu clan's headquarters sent an elder to congratulate him. To have such achievements at such a young age, his future was limitless. Moreover, the elder of the Qiu clan's headquarters promised that after Qiu Longtan stabilized his cultivation, he would be brought to the headquarters to cultivate. This news caused the entire Qiu clan's branch to be shocked. In the residence of the Qiu clan's branch, banquets were set up everywhere to celebrate Qiu Longtan. Qiu Longtan himself was infatuated with the sword Dao and did not like such an environment. He sat alone at the head of the table, not saying a word as he looked up at the sky. Hey! Why isn't Longyu here? Qiu Longyu was Qiu Longtan's younger brother. His parents had fallen in a mission and the two of them had relied on each other since young. Under his care, his younger brother Qiu Longyu's strength had also increased steadily. Logically speaking, on such a joyous occasion, his younger brother would definitely come to congratulate him. But why was he nowhere to be seen today? Qiu Longtan's spiritual sense covered the entire branch residence but did not find his younger brother. Immediately, he took out a special communication jade pendant and sent a message to his younger brother. Younger brother, where are you? There was no reply from the other end of the communication jade pendant. This made Qiu Longtan a little uneasy. He continued to send a message, younger brother, what happened to you? After a long time, Qiu Longyu's weak voice came from the other end of the communication jade pendant. Elder brother, I'm in illusory star sky. What happened to you? Why is your aura so weak? What happened? Qiu Longtan asked anxiously. Big brother, Qiu Longying was killed in the void star heaven. Before he died, he sent a message to me saying that the person who killed him has the Azura sword Dao and is a disciple of the limitless sword sect. So I brought 2 guards to the void star heaven to kill this Azura sword Dao martial artist. He did not need to think to know that this younger brother of his was too greedy and must have failed. Failed? Qiu Longtan asked. That person is very strong. His cultivation is only at the unity realm, but he easily killed my 2 servants. My tiger swallowing heaven and earth was ineffective against him. At the crucial moment, the higher-ups of the limitless sword sect came and sent me flying. Qiu Longyu told Qiu Longtan everything that happened. The latter's face immediately turned gloomy. Come back first. Qiu Longtan said after pondering for a moment. Big brother. Qiu Longyu was unwilling. Come back. Qiu Longtan said and directly hung up the communication jade pendant. At this moment, several younger generation members of the branch raised their wine glasses and came in front of Qiu Longtan. Brother Longtan, you are the most outstanding genius of our branch. You are the idol of all of us. Let us toast you. That's right, Brother Longtan. You are the pride of the Qiu clan headquarters in the future. I really envy Brother Longtan. Your potential is so strong that you attracted the attention of the headquarters. Your future is limitless. Several young martial artists flattered him. However, Qiu Longtan had a lot on his mind. He directly closed his eyes and ignored them. Eastern Profound Heaven, at the foot of the limitless sword sect mountain, in a hidden place. After half a month of treatment, his injuries had finally healed. Thinking of what his big brother said to him, his heart was filled with anger. He was unwilling. When had he, Qiu Longyu, been humiliated like this before? Aren't you just trash protected by the limitless sword sect? I don't believe that you can hide in the limitless sword sect forever. Qiu Longyu said sinisterly. He slowly stood up and looked up at the blue sky. I remember that our Qiu clan branch seems to have business dealings with the Divine Blade sect. After saying that, he took a step forward and left the Limitless Sword sect territory, heading towards the Divine Blade sect territory. After waiting for half a month, there was still no news. This made Qiu Longtan uneasy. Brother, why aren't you back yet? Qiu Longtan transmitted his voice. Soon, Qiu Longyu's voice came from the communication jade pendant. Big brother, I am here to congratulate you on breaking through to the pioneer realm. Qiu Longyu said, Big brother has always protected me since I was young. I am very grateful. However, this time, I don't want to listen to Big brother. I must take back the humiliation I suffered personally. Longyu, don't be rash. Qiu Longtan hurriedly advised. Big brother, don't worry. I won't act rashly. I have already contacted the Divine Blade sect, the Qiu clan's business partner in the Void Star Sky. Moreover, the Divine Blade sect has already agreed to help me. Big brother, just wait for my triumphant return. I will definitely bring Fang Chen's head back to Mo Shotian. After saying that, Qiu Longyu directly cut off the communication jade pendant. Qiu Longtan was stunned on the spot. He was burning with anxiety, worried about his brother's safety. Silly brother, that is Void Star Sky, not Mo Shotian. Doing this will bring about a fatal disaster. He stood up, tore through the void, and left the mansion. I hope you don't hurt my brother. Otherwise, I, Qiu Longtan, will not let you off no matter where you go. Chapter 2280. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with exciting novels to read. Dongxian Heaven, Divine Sword Sect. In the luxurious palace, the Divine Sword Sect Master personally received the Qiu family disciple from Moshaishan. Although Longyu is young, his strength is astonishing. As expected of the Qiu family from Moshaishan, the sect master of the Divine Blade sect grinned and praised Qiu Longyu profusely. He knew better than anyone how strong Qiu Longyu's potential was. He had stepped into the Earth expansion realm at such a young age and had already received the attention of the Qiu family's higher-ups, who invited him to cultivate in the headquarters. Needless to say, once he cultivated in the Qiu family's headquarters, he would receive endless cultivation resources. It was only a matter of time before he stepped into the Saint realm and opened up his own universe. Once he reached the Earth expansion realm, he could be considered a lord. At least, he would have some say in the Qiu family. He had to befriend such a powerful person in advance. Although the Divine Sword sect was a top sect in Dongxian Heaven, it was nothing in Xuxing Heaven. Not to mention compared to the huge Qiu family in Moshaishan. If he could befriend Qiu Longyu and use this as a springboard to get the Qiu family's protection, unifying Dongxian Heaven would be just around the corner. The Divine Sword sect master knew very well that although the sect had business dealings with the Qiu family, the Divine Sword sect was dispensable in the eyes of the Qiu family. You're too polite, sect master. Qiu Longyu nodded slightly. He had already told the Divine Sword sect master about his intentions and received the latter's full support. Now, what they needed to do was to discuss how to kill Fang Chen. Longyu, I won't beat around the bush. Since we've decided to help you, the Divine Sword sect will definitely do our best. The Divine Sword sect master said seriously. However, Fang Chen is a genius disciple of the Wuji Sword sect. That old man Jian Wuji's protection of him is beyond our imagination. It will be difficult to kill him in the Wuji Sword sect. In fact, when Qiu Longyu told the Divine Sword sect master about this, he was very surprised. Didn't Fang Chen enter the Demon City? Why did he come out early? For this reason, he even personally went to the northern desert to check and confirmed that the Demon City had not been opened. No matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't figure out how Fang Chen had escaped. Sect Master, you're quite clear about the situation in Dongxian Heaven. What do you think? Qiu Longyu asked. His heart was filled with resentment towards Fang Chen, and he was determined to kill him. The sect leader of the Divine Blade sect pondered for a moment and said, I do have an idea, but I don't know if Longyu will agree. Qiu Longyu looked at the sect master of the Divine Blade sect. In fact, it's very simple. I will inform the Divine Phoenix Sect Master and Jian Wuji that we will discuss the matter of dealing with Tian Qing's clan together. Long Yu, you can sneak into the Wuji Sword Sect and launch another sneak attack, said the Sect Master of the Sword God Sect. But Jian Wuji isn't the only one in the Limitless Sword Sect. There are other absolute saints. Fang Chen's strength is a little strange. I don't have the confidence to kill him in one strike, Qiu Longyu said. Although he was very arrogant, he also knew his own limits. If he was given enough time, not to mention Fang Chen, he was confident that he could kill even cultivators more powerful than him. However, it would be difficult to launch a sneak attack in the Limitless Sword Sect, which was full of experts. Don't worry, I've already thought of this. I will send 2 elders to go with you, said the Sect Master of the Sword God Sect. However, you have to announce to the public that these 2 elders are your servants. No problem, Qiu Longyu said. Soon, Qiu Longyu met the 2 elders sent by the Sect Master of the Sword God Sect. He didn't expect that the Sect Master of the Sword God Sect would send him an Absolute Saint Realm Elder and an Earth Opening Realm Elder. This way, he was more confident. As long as he killed Fang Chen, he would quickly return to Moshation. Even if the Limitless Sword Sect was furious, they wouldn't dare to go to Moshation. At night, a cold aura filled the air above the Limitless Sword Mountain. The Sword Master's divine consciousness had been covering Fang Chen's courtyard. During the day, the Sect Master, Jian Wuji, was called away by the Sect Master of the Sword God Sect. Before the latter left, he asked Jian Wuji to pay attention to Fang Chen. The Sword God Sect has business dealings with the Qiu family. Will they help the Qiu family's disciples? The Sword Master thought to himself. As he was immersed in his thoughts, a magnificent aura loomed over him all of a sudden. In the next moment, the Sword Master felt his vision turn white. Not good. The Sword Master cursed in his heart as he realized that he had fallen into an illusion. Sword God Sect, Lord of the Mirage Dragon? The Sword Master punched the illusion. Suddenly, a dragon's roar could be heard. The illusion's defense was very strong. He couldn't break it with one punch. At this moment, the Sword Master knew who it was. Does the Sword God Sect really want to be enemies with the Limitless Sword Sect? The Sword Master said coldly. He was a little anxious. The Sword God Sect had sent Lord of the Mirage Dragon to trap him and then deal with Fang Chen. Sword Master, how have you been? Lord of the Mirage Dragon's figure appeared in the illusion. He looked at the Sword Master with a smile and continued, an old friend wants to talk to you. Why are you doing this? The Sword Master angrily waited for Lord of the Mirage Dragon to attack him. Old friend, I just want to ask you to stay in this illusion for a while. In the outside world, the Sword Master was trapped. The whole process didn't cause any commotion. The other elders of the Limitless Sword Sect were completely unaware. Whoosh! In the courtyard where Fang Chen was, a huge formation suddenly appeared. This formation directly isolated the courtyard from the Limitless Sword Sect. Young Master Longyu, unless it's the consciousness of a Sage Realm expert, no one will be able to discover my heaven-opening formation. The elder of the Sword God Sect said. He was proficient in formations. His understanding of formations had reached an unbelievable level. Although it was only a heaven-opening formation, it was enough to isolate most of the Limitless Sword Sect's martial artists. As for the Sage Realm experts, they were all in seclusion. Who would pay attention to this place for no reason? Let's end this quickly. Qiu Longyu's figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard. His pitch-black eyes stared intently at Fang Chen as his body emitted a frightening murderous intent. You still dare to come? Fang Chen said with a frown as he sensed the nearby formations. I've said that the Qiu family cannot be humiliated. You must die. Qiu Longyu said coldly. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability to do so. Fang Chen snorted. This was the Limitless Sword Sect. As long as he persisted for a while, he would definitely be discovered by the other elders. By then, not to mention Qiu Longyu, even a Sage Realm expert wouldn't be able to do anything. Tiger swallows the heavens and earth. Qiu Longyu shouted and used the tiger swallows the heavens and earth. The huge black tiger opened its mouth and charged towards Fang Chen. I've said that your Cho family's special ability is useless against me. The holy spring vibrated as a violent energy instantly gathered on Fang Chen's fist. Then, he ruthlessly struck the black tiger shadow. Dong! A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. The energy within the black tiger phantom was instantly absorbed by Fang Chen's strange divine spring. Whoosh! The sixth move of the traceless sword technique was executed. A sharp sword light pierced through the void and shot towards Cho Longyu. Crack! In mid-air, the earth-splitting realm elder of the Divine Blade sect wielded his battle saber and slashed out a terrifying saber light, forcibly breaking Fang Chen's sword light. Fang Chen frowned. Logically speaking, the fluctuation of the formation should have attracted the attention of the sword master. Why hadn't the sword master appeared? Do you think that Jian Wuji and the sword master will come to save you? Seeing Fang Chen's confusion, Cho Longyu sneered. Jian Wuji was lured away by us. As for the sword master, he can't even protect himself, let alone save you. I've said that the Cho family cannot be humiliated. Even if you're in a tiger's den, I, Cho Longyu, will kill you. Cho Longyu's voice was filled with arrogance. He was a member of the Cho family. No one dared to disrespect the Cho family. Fang Chen's face darkened. The Divine Blade sect is actually colluding with the Cho family. Fang Chen said in a deep voice. This was something he didn't expect. At the same time, he had underestimated the situation in Dongxian Heaven. Tempage, the Wuji sword sect is our Divine Blade sect's mortal enemy. The Cho family is our business partner. It's our honor to help young Master Longyu, said the Earth Expansion Realm Elder. He controlled the formation while assisting Cho Longyu in attacking. The two Earth Expansion Realm cultivators joined forces to attack. This made Fang Chen feel threatened. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. Chapter 2281. Geniuses remember love in 1 second. We provide you with exciting novels to read. With the help of the Divine Sword Sect's Earth Realm Elder, Cho Longyu was fully immersed in the battle. His Heaven and Earth Tiger was much more powerful than Cho Longying's. Fortunately, Fang Chen's Divine Spring was not an ordinary Divine Spring. It could resist his Heaven and Earth Divine ability. As a result, Fang Chen's pressure was greatly reduced. Traceless Sword Technique. So far, Fang Chen's most powerful offensive sword technique. This technique was created by combining the Azura Sword Dao. Its attack power was extremely strong. Moreover, the sword chi contained a bloody aura. When the sword was unleashed, the world would be shocked. Die! Seeing this, Cho Longyu let out a low growl. A crystal sword appeared in his hand without anyone noticing. Sword chi that made people tremble flowed on the surface of this long sword. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying sword chi suddenly burst out from the crystal sword. It turned into a huge winding dragon in the void. The momentum was so great that it shook the heaven-opening array. Boom! The two sword Dao geniuses instantly engaged in a fierce battle. This kid's potential is too strong. He must be eliminated. The Divine Sword Sect and the Wuji Sword Sect were enemies to begin with. They had always been fighting for the title of King of Soldiers. Although there was a layer of paper between the upper echelons that had not been broken. Over the years, the younger generation of disciples had fought with each other countless times. Moreover, ever since Fang Chen killed the people of the Divine Sword Sect in the territory of the Divine Sword Sect, the Divine Sword Sect had listed him as a must-kill. Now, after seeing this kid's potential, they could not let him live. It had not been long since he stepped into the Unity Realm, but he could already fight with an Earth Realm martial artist to such an extent. It was too shocking. Kill. The battle between Fang Chen and Cho Longyu became more and more intense. In the blink of an eye, it had entered a white-hot stage. As for the Earth Realm Elder of the Divine Sword Sect, he was waiting for an opportunity to kill Fang Chen. Finally, after 10 minutes of fierce battle, he found an excellent opportunity. With a thought, he controlled the array. Ripples appeared in the void and the array shrank. In the blink of an eye, the formation had shrunk to cover the entire courtyard. The Earth Expansion Realm Elder of the Divine Blade Sect began to use the formation to suppress Fang Chen, obstructing his attacks. At the same time, he suddenly punched out. This punch was full of vigor, and a terrifying fist aura suddenly appeared at the back of Fang Chen's head. Fang Chen, who was fighting fiercely with Qiu Longyu, suddenly felt a dangerous aura coming from behind him. His body moved 1 meter to the side, causing the fist light to miss. However, when he steadied himself, he was greeted by an extremely powerful sword light. Poochie. Caught off guard, Fang Chen was stabbed by the sword light. Blood flowed out from his body. His face was pale, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Bang! His body landed heavily on the ground, creating a huge crater. Die. Seeing this, Qiu Longyu's eyes revealed a trace of cold killing intent. Unity Realm is Unity Realm after all. Even if you borrow external forces to temporarily increase your strength, being able to block the attack of a heaven-opening realm martial artist is only temporary. Qiu Longyu sneered. His cultivation had reached the peak of the heaven-opening realm. Although he was still a step away from the limit, he was already considered outstanding among the heaven-opening realm. If it was in the past, he would not even look at a martial artist like Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, Qiu Longyu sneered and leaped up. His body transformed into several afterimages in the void and appeared in front of Fang Chen in an instant. The long sword in his hand stabbed out fiercely. Ding! However, unexpectedly, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand automatically crossed in front of its owner's chest, blocking the path of Qiu Longyu's crystal longsword. Hey! Seeing this, Qiu Longyu exclaimed softly and licked his dry lips. With a shake of his hand, a terrifying aura poured into the crystal longsword. The sound of the sword resounded through the sky. In the next moment, the crystal longsword blasted the hidden star sword away with an unstoppable force and pierced towards Fang Chen. At this moment, Qiu Longyu's eyes were filled with excitement. He seemed to have seen himself carrying Fang Chen's head back to the Qiu family of Mosha Heaven, receiving the approval of the Qiu family's headquarters, then entering the headquarters and soaring into the sky. He treated Fang Chen's head as a stepping stone to enter the headquarters. Therefore, he was willing to risk his life to kill Fang Chen at all costs. Boom! Outside the heaven-opening realm array, a sound shook the sky. The majestic illusion shattered. The sword master clenched his fists tightly and floated in the air, his white robes fluttering in the wind. His face was filled with anger as he stared at the illusory dragon lord in front of him. This is the Limitless Sword Sect. The sword master's deep voice sounded in the sky above the Limitless Sword Sect. Instantly, the absolute Saint Realm elders who were in seclusion in the depths of the Limitless Sword Mountain were awakened. What happened? Why is the sword master so angry? What a strong fluctuation in the air. Is someone invading our Limitless Sword Sect? A deep voice rang out from the depths of the Limitless Sword Mountain. At the same time, a powerful consciousness scanned the entire Limitless Sword Sect without restraint. In an instant, 5 or 6 absolute Saint Realm elders came out of seclusion. What is going on? One of the elders had a majestic aura as he stared at the illusory Dragon Lord and asked in a deep voice. Elders, the Sword God Sect has colluded with the disciples of the Qiu family and wants to kill our Limitless Sword Sect's prodigy. Please help us, the Sword Master said hurriedly. He could feel the energy fluctuation in the heaven-opening realm array. With Fang Chen's strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand it for long. Illusory Dragon Lord, how dare you come to the Limitless Sword Sect? The leading absolute Saint Realm elder said coldly. The illusory Dragon Lord's expression changed. His plan had changed. He immediately sent a message to the Earth-opening realm elder and Qiu Longyu. His original plan was to trap the Sword Master for at least half an hour. But now, in such a short period of time, the Sword Master had shattered his illusion. Damn the Sword Master! He is so strong. The illusory Dragon Lord cursed in his heart. If he hadn't underestimated the Sword Master's strength, he wouldn't have lured these old farts out. Just as the illusory Dragon Lord was thinking, the absolute Saint Realm elders waved their hands, and the heaven-opening realm array shattered. Poochie. The earth-opening realm elder of the Sword God Sect was hit by the backlash. He spat out blood and was sent flying. How dare you act so arrogantly in our Limitless Sword Sect? You should be prepared to die. One of the absolute Saint Realm Elders punched out, and a sharp sword light pierced the earth-opening Realm Elder's head. The latter's primordial spirit didn't even have time to dissipate before he died. Damn it. The illusory Dragon Lord's expression changed. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to escape. Qiu Longyu was a disciple of the Qiu family, and the Limitless Sword sect wouldn't dare to kill him. If he didn't leave now, he would be surrounded by the absolute Saint Realm Elders and wouldn't be able to escape. Let's go. The illusory Dragon Lord's heart moved, and a terrifying illusory aura spread out. His figure disappeared into the void. Chen-ph, you escaped quickly. The absolute Saint Realm Elders didn't plan to chase after him. They knew that the illusory Dragon Lord was very skilled in illusions. Even if they chased after him, it would be futile. At this moment, their gazes fell on Fang Chen and Qiu Longyu. Seeing that Qiu Longyu's sword light was about to hit Fang Chen, the sword master made his move. He flicked his finger, and a stream of light shot through Qiu Longyu's sword light. The terrifying power entered Qiu Longyu's body through the crystal sword and sent him flying. How is this possible? Qiu Longyu looked around and was shocked to find that the absolute Saint Realm Elders of the Limitless Sword sect had already broken the array. He cursed in his heart, unwilling to give up. Whoosh! Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. Are you okay? The sword master hurried to Fang Chen and asked worriedly. Fang Chen shook his head and panted. Luckily, you guys made your move in time. Otherwise, I would have died here. Indeed, it was a miracle that he could survive until now under the joint attack of the absolute Saint Realm Elders and Qiu Longyu. It's my mistake. I didn't expect the Divine Sword sect to send the illusory Dragon Lord to trap me in an illusion. The sword master said apologetically. Luckily, you're fine. Otherwise, I would be the sinner of the Limitless Sword sect. Hearing this, Fang Chen understood. No wonder the sword master didn't come to save him. Divine Sword Sect. Chapter 2282. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. His hatred for the Divine Blade sect was unprecedentedly strong. Love go little say W. Chu they are willing to be the lackey of the Qiu clan. One day, I, Fang Chen, will personally take revenge. Fang Chen swore in his heart. Swordmaster said, the Qiu clan has some businesses in the Void Star Heaven. Basically, the Divine Blade sect is in charge. Because they have a big fish like the Qiu clan, the Divine Blade sect has always thought that they have the strength to unify the entire Dongxian Heaven. The few absolute Saint Elders had heard of Fang Chen before. In addition to the scene they had just seen, they were full of praise for Fang Chen. A Unity Realm warrior could fight with a peak heaven-opening realm warrior. Just this point alone was enough for the Limitless Sword sect to nurture him. We old fellows will not be in closed-door cultivation in the near future. With us guarding, the Divine Blade sect will not dare to come again, one of the absolute Saint Elders said slowly. Another elder glanced at the seriously injured Qiu Longyu, then looked at Fang Chen and said, you can deal with this guy as you wish. With that, the few absolute Saint Elders turned and left. Fang Chen's gaze landed on Qiu Longyu. Killing intent surged. Cough cough. Qiu Longyu coughed violently. His chest was trembling. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He kept retreating. Fang Chen. Swordmaster wanted to say something but hesitated. He originally wanted to persuade Fang Chen. The other party was a member of the Qiu clan and could not be easily killed. But after thinking about it, he did not say anything. Everything was up to Fang Chen. Fang Chen walked step by step towards Qiu Longyu and said disdainfully, do you have anything else to say now? If it was a one-on-one fight, you would have been killed by me. Unfortunately, this is the Void Star Heaven. If it was my Mosha Heaven, I would not have to do anything. As long as I raise my arm and shout, there will be people helping me. Qiu Longyu said in a deep voice. His face was a little pale, but Qiu Longyu knew that the winner was king and the loser was in the wrong. After hanging up the call with his elder brother, Qiu Longtan, he had already prepared himself mentally. Love go little say W Chu the humiliation he suffered needed to be washed away with blood. In that case, he would not hesitate to give up his life for it. Because he was a disciple of the Cho clan. At this point, what else could he do? He would rather die standing than compromise for the sake of the general interest. Bang! Fang Chen punched Cho Longyu's shoulder. The latter's arm was broken and blood splattered everywhere. Rumble. Next, Fang Chen punched Cho Longyu again and again. His powerful strength crashed into Cho Longyu's body. In the blink of an eye, Cho Longyu's body had already changed beyond recognition. Just kill me. Cho Longyu screamed crazily. He didn't want to be humiliated. He would rather die. I will fulfill your wish. However, before that, I will trample all the dignity in your heart. The sword head stood there quietly and watched from the side. After an hour, the hidden star sword pierced Cho Longyu's head and took his life. At this point, 2 disciples of the Cho clan had died in the hands of Fang Chen. The first one was Cho Longying, and the second one was Cho Longyu. In the distant sky, it was dark. Suddenly, a terrifying vortex appeared in the sky. Whoosh! Cho Longtan stepped out of it. Without any hesitation, he flew towards the direction of the Wuji sword sect. Brother, please be safe. Cho Longtan was most worried that Cho Longyu would be killed by the Wuji sword sect. He had just broken through to the Pioneer Earth realm. His understanding of the Sage realm was more thorough and he was more respectful. A Sage realm expert could easily open up a miniature universe and create everything. Their strength was simply too strong. With just a wave of his hand, he could destroy a cultivator like him. As one of the top forces in the Void Star Sky, the Wuji sword sect had many Sage realm experts. This was what Cho Longtan was most worried about. Wang. After traveling for about 100 miles, Cho Longtan's figure came to an abrupt stop. He stood quietly in the dark void, his pitch-black eyes becoming hollow. His hand trembled as he took out the communication jade pendant. A strange aura was emitted from the communication jade pendant. No, brother. In the next moment, a heart-wrenching scream came from the darkness. Cho Longtan's body emitted an extremely dense killing intent. His heart had already become incomparably crazy. This communication jade pendant was specially made by the Cho clan. There was only one possibility for it to emit such a strange aura. His brother had died and his communication jade pendant had shattered. The thing he was most worried about had happened. This was what he didn't want to see the most. He roared to the sky to vent his emotions. My brother. Cho Longtan's eyes were filled with tears. Since young, he and his brother had depended on each other for survival. They had stood out in the huge Cho clan. Now, he had just broken through to the Pioneer Earth realm and was recognized by the Cho clan's headquarters. He could enter the headquarters to cultivate. He even vowed to his brother that he would protect him for life. But now, his brother had died. Yet, there was nothing he could do. This was the saddest thing, and also the most hateful thing. Scenes from when he was young flashed through his mind. He vaguely remembered that when he was young, he was punished by an elder of the Cho clan's branch, forbidding him from cultivating. It was his brother who secretly imparted the cultivation technique he had obtained to him. Because of this, his brother was taught a lesson by the elder. Because I'm your brother. How innocent and touching. Ah! I can't accept this. Cho Longtan shouted crazily. He couldn't accept this. He really couldn't accept this. If the heavens gave him a chance to be reborn, he would rather forego all the honor and glory. He just wanted his brother to live well. Hong long long. Lightning flashed in the sky, as if responding to Cho Longtan's anger. At a certain moment, a few cultivators in the vicinity sensed the situation here. They thought that there was a phenomenon in the sky, indicating the birth of a supreme treasure. They sneakily approached Cho Longtan's location and spread out their spiritual perception to investigate the phenomenon here. Achem! Cho Longtan, who was in the midst of going berserk, felt the spiritual perception sweep over him. The fury in his heart erupted like a volcano. My brother is dead. You all will be buried with him. Cho Longtan roared furiously. Then, he clenched his fist, and a pitch-black sword suddenly streaked across the sky. It carried a shocking sword light as it pierced toward the sneakily approaching cultivators. A phenomenon in the sky. A supreme treasure must have appeared here. Be careful. I heard someone shouting. There must be a major figure here. If we offend a major figure, we won't be able to bear the consequences. What are you afraid of? The three of us have already reached the peak of the heaven-opening realm. We're just a step away from reaching the peak of the heaven-opening realm. It's only a matter of time before we break through to the earth-opening realm. If we work together, even if there's an earth-opening realm cultivator here, we won't have anything to fear. The three of them were discussing in low voices. However, just as their flower festival ended, a dazzling cold light suddenly pierced through the darkness. What is this? The three of them widened their eyes as they stared at the piercing cold light. What a powerful aura. Run. Finally, the three of them sensed danger approaching. They crazily shouted as they fled. However, it was already too late. Qiu Longtan's furious attack had evolved the demon-killing sword Dao to a miraculous level. Just a single sword strike from a distance had killed 3 peak heaven-opening realm cultivators. Poochie. These 3 unlucky fellows didn't even know what kind of major figure they had offended. After killing the 3 of them, Qiu Longtan's expression finally returned to normal. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but he restrained it a lot. The calmer he was, the more terrifying it was. It was like the darkness before a storm, incomparably oppressive. Holding the pitch-black sword, he floated in the air, his clothes fluttering in the wind. My brother, big brother, I will personally use this sword to kill all those who attacked you. After saying this, Qiu Longtan disappeared into the darkness. In the next few months, Qiu Longtan seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Even the people of the Qiu family branch couldn't contact him. Eastern Profound Heaven, in a certain dark corner. Qiu Longtan sat cross-legged, his body emitting sharp sword qi. He opened his eyes and immediately shot out 2 rays of sword light, piercing through a towering tree in the distance. Although Qiu Longtan was furious, he wasn't blind. In order to avenge his brother, he was willing to pay any price. The enemy was in the limitless sword sect. If he blindly went there, he would definitely return empty-handed. Therefore, he wanted to use his own method to take revenge. He was willing to wait for a long time. Chapter 2283. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Qiu Longtan had been waiting patiently for the best opportunity to kill Fang Chen the moment he made his move. Love go little say W, Chu therefore, he had all the time in the world. He waited patiently. In the past few months, the Wuji sword sect was as peaceful as usual. However, Zhen Wuji was slightly angry when he returned. However, the 3 top sects of Dongxian Heaven had too many implications. Even though they knew it was the Divine Sword sect who did it, they could not say anything. If they stood up for Fang Chen, it would definitely trigger a war between the 2 sects. At that time, the people of Dongxian Heaven would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering, and the Tianqing clan would be secretly waiting for an opportunity to revive. This was something Zhen Wuji did not want to see, so he could only let out a long sigh. From that day onwards, he had been sitting cross-legged on the towering stone pillar, and his divine consciousness enveloped the entire Wuji sword sect at all times. As long as someone approached the Wuji sword mountain or snuck into the sword sect, he would discover them. However, in the next few months, Dongxian Heaven was unusually peaceful. Divine Sword Sect. After 3 months, the Divine Sword Sect welcomed a mysterious guest. Divine Sword Sect Master, how have you been? A martialist whose entire body was shrouded in black light said with a grin as he sat on a wooden armchair. It's you. When the Divine Sword Sect Master saw this, his aura suddenly fluctuated, and saber chi surrounded him as he prepared to attack. Divine Sword Sect Master, I haven't seen you for so many years, but your temper is still as bad as ever, the black-robed martial artist said with a smile. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? The Divine Sword Sect Master said coldly. I'm not here to fight with you today, the black-robed martial artist said. I heard that an earthly expansion realm elder of your sect was killed by the Wuji sword sect, so I'm here to inform you of some information. Love go little say W, Chu the Divine Sword Sect Master put away his saber and stared at the black-robed martial artist. Jian Wuji's disciple, Fang Shi, is also the daughter of your target, Fang Chen. She's currently training in Southern Profound Heaven, the black-robed martial artist said softly. Do you think I'll let you go just like that? The Divine Sword Sect Master said. The black-robed cultivator stood up and carefully sized up the sect leader of the Divine Blade Sect. After a long time, he said, I thought that the sect leader of the Divine Blade Sect would be a man of great spirit. After he finished speaking, the black-robed martial artist. Wait. The Divine Sword Sect Master spoke. When the black-robed martial artist heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Hasn't your Divine Blade Sect always wanted to dominate Dongxian Heaven? My Tianqing's remnant clan can help you. As long as you are willing, we will spare no effort to help you realize this wish, said the black-robed martial artist. Do you know why the Tianqing clan launched the Great War last time? The black-robed martial artist asked. The Divine Sword Sect Master was silent. Back then, the Tianqing clan harmed the human race and killed cultivators wantonly. In the end, they incurred the wrath of the heavens. All the powerhouses of Void Star Heaven joined forces to encircle and annihilate them. Now, the Tianqing clan had made a comeback. Actually, the real goal of the Tianqing clan is not to occupy Void Star Heaven, the black-robed martial artist said. It's for a treasure hidden in Eastern Profound Heaven. The black-robed martial artist shrugged when he saw that the Divine Sword Sect Master was still silent. He knew that the Divine Sword Sect Master did not believe in his sincerity. Anyone in the world would find it difficult to resist temptation. There were no absolute enemies, only absolute benefits. As long as the Divine Sword Sect Master was given absolute benefits, he would definitely be tempted. My current position in the Tianqing clan is the Black Demon Sect Master, the black-robed martial artist said. Hearing this, a hint of shock appeared in the eyes of the sect master of the Divine Saber Sect. He did not expect the latter to be the Black Demon Sect Master of the Tianqing clan. There were two great sect masters in the Tianqing clan, the Red Demon Sect Master and the Black Demon Sect Master. These two positions were second only to the clan leader. Their status was very high. The Red Demon Sect Master had a mission and entered the Demon City. The Black Demon Sect Master was responsible for instigating other forces and perfecting the plan. My words can completely represent the will of the Tianqing clan, the Black Demon Sect Master said. Is there anything else you want to ask? You're not here to occupy Void Star Heaven? Obviously, the Divine Sword Sect Master did not believe this sentence. Do you know why Void Star Heaven is divided into 4 heavens? The Black Demon Sect Master asked. Of course, I know this. The Divine Sword Sect Master said, a long, long time ago, an amazing powerhouse appeared in Void Star Heaven. In a short 3 years, he fought in all directions and suppressed the dark turmoil in Void Star Heaven. He was called Great Emperor Void Mystic. After his fall, the descendants specially divided Void Star Heaven into the East, West, North, and South Mystic Heavens to commemorate his great achievements. The Black Demon Sect Master nodded. You're right, but you've neglected the most important point. The Black Demon Sect Master said, after Great Emperor Void Mystic fell, his body was torn apart and completely integrated into every corner of Void Star Heaven. And his most important part, the legendary profound sky cone nail where his inheritance is located, happened to be in Eastern Mystic Heaven. What? Hearing the Black Demon Sect Master's words, the Divine Sword Sect Master's heart was also incomparably shocked. The profound sky cone nail was Great Emperor Void Mystic's weapon. It had a great reputation back then. The goal of the Tianqing clan is the profound sky cone nail. The Black Demon Sect Master said, if you cooperate with us, the entire Eastern Mystic Heaven will belong to your Divine Sword Sect in the future. After the Tianqing clan obtains the profound sky cone nail, we will immediately leave Void Star Heaven. The Divine Sword Sect Master looked at the Black Demon Sect Master in confusion. The latter said, because our Tianqing clan is just a branch of a huge aristocratic family. Our ancestors violated a taboo and were expelled from the huge aristocratic family. The only wish of countless younger generations is to return to the aristocratic family again. And Great Emperor Void Mystic's profound sky cone nail is our only hope. Alright, I've already said this much. As for how you choose, it's up to you. After saying that, the Black Demon Sect Master waved his hand and threw a token to the Divine Sword Sect Master. Then, he said, if you choose to cooperate with us, contact me through this. Of course, we're not afraid of your rejection because you're not the only sect in Eastern Mystic Heaven. Looking at the Black Demon Sect Master's departing figure, the Divine Sword Sect Master fell into deep thought. Half a month later, a few Earth-splitting realm elders quietly left Eastern Mystic Heaven and headed to Southern Mystic Heaven. The Divine Sword Sect Master was a tall tree that attracted the wind. As long as he left Eastern Mystic Heaven, there would definitely be countless gazes on him. If an ultimate sage realm elder appeared in Southern Mystic Heaven rashly, it would inevitably attract attention. Therefore, an earth-splitting realm elder was the best choice. After thinking for half a month, the Divine Sword Sect Master still did not make a choice. He decided not to think about this for now. He would first capture Fang Chen's daughter, Fang Shi, and force Fang Chen to hand over Fang Chen. When the time came, he could bring Fang Chen to the Qiu clan's branch to offer a humble apology. Perhaps he could salvage their cooperation. Without the support of the Qiu clan, how could the Divine Sword Sect compete with the Limitless Sword Sect that had a stronger foundation? Southern Mystic Heaven was covered in ice and snow all year round. It was very cold. Weak martial artists would have their primordial spirits frozen if they were careless. At this moment, on a certain snow plain in Southern Mystic Heaven, Fang Shi, who was disguised as a man, was fighting against a few Unity Realm martial artists with absolute strength. Just a mere Unity Realm. Fang Shi sneered. She released the myriad fusion body, and a terrifying aura filled the few Unity Realm martial artists. Catcher. In just a moment, these few middle-stage Unity Realm martial artists were killed by him. My myriad fusion body has improved again. The corners of Fang Shi's mouth curled into a smile. It had been a long time since she left the Limitless Sword Sect. She had almost explored the entire Void Star Heaven. During this period, she met many famous unparalleled experts. After killing countless, she finally broke through the bottleneck and stepped into the Unity Realm. Although the current her was at the early stage Unity Realm, she could easily kill a middle-stage Unity Realm martial artist with the myriad fusion body. I wonder how father is now. Thinking of her father, Fang Shi's heart was filled with worship. Father was her idol and the goal she pursued. Yi! Someone else is coming. Just as she was thinking, Fang Shi suddenly sensed someone approaching. But soon, her pretty face was filled with gloominess. God Hun Tian. After discovering that it was God Hun Tian, Fang Shi did not hesitate and immediately turned to flee. At the same time, she crushed the jade talisman that her master Jian Wuji had given her. Want to leave? The few pioneer realm elders of the Divine Sword Sect sneered and attacked together. Chapter 2284. Genius remembering love in 1 second go small? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Limitless Sword Sect, Sky-Reaching Stone Pillar. Sword Chi revolved in the air. Jian Wuji was like an old monk sitting still, unafraid of the wind and rain. He sat quietly on the stone pillar. Occasionally, he would open his eyes and look down. Once he felt something, he would continue comprehending the martial Tao. Reaching his realm, it was very difficult for him to take another step forward. In their eyes, the absolute saint realm was just like an ant. This brat Fang Chen seems to have been stimulated by the Qiu clan disciples. He has been in closed-door cultivation for the past few months. Jian Wuji grinned. To be able to kill a heaven-opening realm warrior at the Unity Realm, such an impressive potential can be ranked in the top in the history of the Limitless Sword Sect. As long as his god spring circulates perfectly, stepping into the heaven-opening realm is too easy. Even though Fang Chen was still a cosmos god and not even a chaotic sky god, Jian Wuji had a very good eye for him. However, with Jian Wuji's unique insight, he thought highly of Fang Chen. He even believed that Fang Chen's potential was among the best in the entire primal chaos void. Amen. As he was pondering, Jian Wuji was suddenly startled. His expression immediately turned gloomy. Despicable. Jian Wuji coldly cursed, the Saber God Sect Master actually did such a despicable thing. After saying that, Jian Wuji suddenly stood up. He tore through the void and headed towards the Saber God sect. Limitless Sword Sect, Inner Sect Courtyard. Fang Chen's body was filled with extremely dense Azura Sword Qi. In his mind, all sorts of information about the Azura Sword Dao were constantly evolving. Ever since he started learning the Azura Sword Dao, Fang Chen felt that his comprehension of the Azura Sword Dao was getting deeper and deeper. Even though there was still a huge gap between him and Paragon Demon Sword, it was enough for him to be proud. Wang. Suddenly, resplendent sword lights exploded around Fang Chen. Countless sword lights revolved around him, forming a cylindrical sword net. Hoo hoo hoo. The cold wind blew continuously on his face. So it is like this. Excited laughter came out of his mouth. After comprehending the Tao for a few months, he finally broke through that barrier. Boom. The sword qi in his body vibrated as he clenched his fist. Instantly, countless Azura sword qi gathered in his hand. Then, he suddenly swung his sword. The dense sword qi condensed into a black sword light in the void and bombarded the ground. Dong. Dust flew everywhere, and the ground cracked. Fang Chen's face was filled with an excited smile. Small success. The Azura sword Dao was broad and profound. It was even more powerful than the demon-killing sword Dao. In the primal chaos void, it was ranked among the top. It was divided into elementary, small success, large success, and perfection. Although it was only a small success, it was enough to make Fang Chen excited. Wang. Just as Fang Chen was rejoicing, the void suddenly tore apart and a token appeared. Fang Chen was a little stunned. This token had ignored the obstruction of the myriad sword domain and appeared in Fang Chen's hand. Fang Chen was shocked. When the token landed in his hand, all the Azura sword qi in his body suddenly boiled and seemed to be very active. Then, a voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Little guy, when you see this token, it proves that you have cultivated the Azura sword Dao to the small success stage. This was the voice of the old man riding on the big black dog. He left it for me. Fang Chen was puzzled. The voice in the token continued, I don't know how long it took you to cultivate the Azura sword Dao to the small success stage. In short, with your current understanding of the Azura sword Dao, you are qualified to impress me. Then, the old man's voice was filled with a trace of loneliness. The Azura sword Dao was created by my best friend, the demon sword Venerable. He left it to me, and I hope to find a suitable successor for him. Since you have cultivated the Azura sword Dao to the small success stage, you have the preliminary qualifications. However, as for whether you are truly qualified, it still needs to be tested. Of course, let's not talk about this first. When we first met, you gave me the 9-star stone, so we can be considered to be fated. I also find you very pleasing to the eye, so I deliberately hid this token in this world. When you cultivate the Azura sword Dao to the small success stage, you will be able to trigger the mechanism, and it will naturally appear. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little stunned. It was easy to hide the token in the void, but it was difficult to be able to resonate with the Azura sword qi in his body. However, when he thought about how the old man was an expert of the same level as the demon sword Venerable, it made sense. This token is a gift from me to you. It contains a little of my understanding of the sword Dao. Although I am not proficient in the sword Dao, I have cultivated for countless years and can use my Dao to peek at a part of the essence of the Azura sword Dao. The old man continued, of course, the biggest function of this token is to give you a life. What? Fang Chen was stunned on the spot. Grant him a life? What did that mean? But soon, the old man explained. This token was personally refined by me. When you are in a life and death situation, inject the Azura sword qi into it and your strength will be improved for a short time. However, because I casually refined it, its attack power is not too strong. At most, it can make your strength reach the pinnacle of the pure sky god, and it can only last for 3 minutes. After listening to the old man's explanation, Fang Chen was completely dumbfounded. There was such a heaven-defying treasure in the world. The pinnacle of the pure sky god, which meant that it could sweep away a saint stage expert. As long as it was not an expert of the same level as Jian Wuji, he could trample on his opponent at will. Moreover, it could last for 3 minutes. It was simply awesome. A battle between experts was only a matter of minutes and seconds. 3 minutes was long enough for Fang Chen. Carefully putting the token into the Sumeru ring, Fang Chen was extremely excited. "You've really given me a new life," Fang Chen said with a smile. Imagine, when facing a certain death situation, suddenly erupting with the power to sweep away the pure sky god. It could easily turn the tide of the battle. This was his trump card. Unless it was a last resort, he would never use it. "Senior, thank you for your great kindness." Fang Chen cupped his fists towards the void. He did not expect the old man to leave him such a great gift before leaving. However, Fang Chen did not know that the old man had left it behind after watching his performance in the Dongxian Grand Meet. At night, Jian Wuji returned to the Wuji sword sect with a gloomy face. He summoned Fang Chen and the sword master. The two of them were very puzzled when they saw Jian Wuji's expression. "Sect master, what's wrong?" the sword master asked. Jian Wuji raised his head and glanced at Fang Chen with a complicated gaze. "I have bad news to tell you." Fang Chen looked at Jian Wuji in surprise. Could it be that the Qiu family was pressuring the Wuji sword sect? "My disciple, your daughter, has been taken away by the sect master of the Divine Saber sect," Jian Wuji said. "What?" In an instant, Fang Chen's eyes turned scarlet as he fell into a state of madness. His daughter and wife were all he had. How could this be? Fang Chen roared hysterically. "I left a mark on him." That old man, the sect leader of the Divine Saber sect, used the Divine Saber sect's heirloom treasure to cut off the connection between the mark and me. "This is my mistake," Jian Wuji apologized. "The Divine Saber sect used Fang Shi to threaten you?" the sword master asked in a low voice. Jian Wuji nodded and said, "They used Fang Shi to threaten me. They wanted me to hand over Fang Chen or they would kill Fang Shi." Jian Wuji had already gone to the Divine Saber sect to negotiate with the sect master of the Divine Saber sect. The latter would not let him go at all. This put Jian Wuji in a dilemma. Sword chi surged around Fang Chen's body. The killing intent in his heart was unprecedentedly strong. "Fang Chen, don't be rash. I can understand how you feel. Shi is my disciple. I'm also very anxious." Jian Wuji said, "The sect master of the Divine Saber sect wants to deal with you. Therefore, Fang Shi should be fine for now. That's my daughter. I won't allow anyone to hurt her." Fang Chen shouted crazily. The killing intent on his body was not concealed at all. Sensing the aura fluctuations on Fang Chen's body, Jian Wuji hurriedly pressed his palm on Fang Chen's shoulder to calm him down. "It's useless to be angry. If you force it, you will only hurt Shi Jian Wuji said. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Fang Chen looked straight at Jian Wuji and said, "Since the Divine Saber sect's target is me, then hand me over."